Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Santa Clara City Council and Authorities, Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming a quorum. And just to note for the record, we have Councilmember Jane, Councilmember Shahal, and Councilmember Gonzalez participating remotely this evening.
Thank you very much. We have one item in closed session. City Attorney.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Item 1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, City of Santa Clara versus DE2 Restaurants, Inc. in Superior Court.
All right, so do we have any members of the public? I don't see any here in the chambers. Anyone online that would like to speak on that one item for closed session? Seeing none, we are going to adjourn to closed session, and we will be back at 7 p.m. for the regular meeting. Thank you.
Hello, this is Suds. Can you hear me?
Could everyone take their seats, please? Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interests of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. A roll call, City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to first note for the record that we have 3 council members that are participating remotely this evening pursuant to Brown Act Government Code Section 54953B. Council members Jane, Shahal, and Gonzalez are attending tonight's meeting via audio-only teleconference. However, they may also turn on their cameras. The location for where the council members are attending was included on your agenda for this meeting. Council members Jane and Shahal and Gonzalez, please confirm that your agendas were posted at your meeting location.
Yes, they were.
So confirmed.
Thank you very much. So during this evening's voting, it will all be done by roll call vote. With that, I will proceed with the roll call. Councilmember, Board Member Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present remotely.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement is members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavior standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those that are joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose your clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public's invited to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on now to the council agenda. Reports of action taken in closed sessions. City Attorney.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. Reporting out from a special session that we had on April 22nd, council did meet in closed session on labor negotiations, POA Unit 2. I reported out at that time to the chambers, but wanted to report out here at the meeting that there was no reportable action as a result of that meeting. Tonight, we did meet on item number 1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Also, no reportable action on that item. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations, do we have any from anyone? Public, staff, council. I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk? All right. So before we move on to our agenda, I have a couple of things to announce. First, there's some deaths that happened this last week that I would like to talk about. The first, I would like to ask that we have a moment of silence in remembrance of Pope Francis. Before we begin the meeting, I would like to offer a moment of silence in memory of Pope Francis. Pope Francis, born Jorge Mario Bergoglio, passed away on April 21st, 2025. He was known as a champion of migrants and the poor. Francis was a pope of many firsts. the first Latin American pontiff, the first of the Jesuit order, and the first modern-day pope born outside of Europe. Francis chose his name in honor of Saint Francis of Assisi, who was committed to poverty, peace, and nature. Elected in 2013 as an outside candidate from Argentina, Pope Francis went on to usher in progressive reforms, including the promotion of women's roles in the church, the fight for peace with social injustice and environmental protection. During his time as head of the Catholic Church, the Pope implored for peace during times of wars and called for the end of violence. Now please join me in a moment of silence in memory of Pope Francis. Thank you very much for that. Also, I'm going to read this. This is going to be an adjournment later on when we finish the meeting, but I wanted to read it up front. I'd like to ask the council at the end of this meeting to adjourn this meeting in memory of former Councilwoman Debbie Davis. It is with deep sorrow and a heavy heart that I share the passing of our former council member and my dear friend, Debbie Davis. Debbie served on the City Council of Santa Clara with integrity, heart, and an unwavering commitment to public service. Her time on the City Council from 2012 to 2020 included her role as Vice Mayor in 2015, was marked by tireless advocacy, thoughtful leadership, and a sincere love for our community. Debbie was more than a colleague. She was a force for good. She believed in listening first, speaking with purpose, and always doing what she felt was right for the people of Santa Clara. She served on countless boards and committees, locally and regionally. The Santa Clara Valley Water Commission, the San Jose Santa Clara Treatment Plant, BOSCA, the Cities Association, Triton Museum Liaison, Economic and Marketing Committee, Governance Committee, just to name a few, and always representing our city with grace and dedication. Debbie was deeply invested in our city's future. She played a vital leadership role in the Downtown Revitalization Committee, laying the foundation for the eventual formation of Reclaiming Our Downtown. She organized meetings, brought in urban planners, and engaged the community in imagining what could be. Her passion and groundwork were the spark that ignited a movement to restore our historic downtown and preserve our city's identity. Beyond her public roles, Debbie brought warmth, humility, friendship, and humor to all who knew her. She was active in the Seroptimists, the American Legion, the Santa Clara Women's Club, Sister Cities International, Mission City Community Fund, and so many other organizations that benefited from her generosity and her spirit. She was also a devoted wife to Bill Davis, a retired Santa Clara police officer, her partner of more than 30 years. Their love was a quiet strength that grounded her through every chapter of her life and service. Debbie passed away after a short illness, and her absence is already deeply felt. A celebration of life will be held hopefully later in the month of May, and we'll share details as they become available. Today, we honor Debbie's memory, not just with sadness, but with immense gratitude. She gave so much to this city, her energy, her ideas, her kindness, her humor, and her time. And she did it all with heart. Rest in peace, Debbie. Thank you for everything. We will miss you dearly. Do we have anyone that wanted to speak on this? I thought someone might be calling in, but maybe not. Okay, and we will be adjourning in her memory at the closure of this meeting. Oh, there's some pictures of her. Okay, that was a tough one. All right, I'm going to move on now to our first special order of business. For our first item, the city recognizes the Santa Clara Historic Home Tour. The home tour began in 1978 to showcase unique homes in Santa Clara to benefit local nonprofits. This year, the Santa Clara Home Tour is giving back to 8 different local programs, including the Old Quad Residents Association for their projects to preserve and promote the Old Quad neighborhood. I now invite Sue Cosden of the Santa Clara Historic Home Tour to the podium to say a few words. Sue, please come forward. Welcome.
Event in Santa Clara for many years. It is sponsored by the Historic Preservation Society of Santa Clara and the Old Quad Residents Association. And as you mentioned, its purpose is to showcase the unique homes in Santa Clara and to benefit local nonprofits. Proceeds from the tour are awarded to organizations that either promote historic preservation in Santa Clara or have been a supporter of the home tour. The 2024 tour took place on December the 6th and 7th last year. We sold 327 tickets and raised $10,000 for nonprofits. And I have the checks tonight to give to those nonprofits.
Nice.
The first one is to the Santa Clara Women's Club for projects to preserve their adobe and clubhouse. So can the representative?
Maybe if they can accept their checks and come up here, and then we'll stand up back here and take a group photo.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'd like to come forward right here. Can someone help her? It's okay.
The next recipient is the Old Quad's Resident Association for their projects to preserve and promote the Old Quad neighborhood.
Should we be clapping? I think so. Yes.
The third recipient of the Santa Clara County Historical and Genealogical Society for their efforts to assist the library in preserving and maintaining the collections in the Central Park Library Heritage Pavilion and towards their historic preservation and digitalization projects. Next is the South Bay Historical the South Bay Historical Railroad Society for their museum in the Santa Clara Railroad Depot. The Santa Clara Senior Center for the Health and Wellness Nutrition Program. The committee is very grateful to be able to have the after-tour dinner held at the Senior Center. The Santa Clara Fire Museum on Walsh Avenue behind Station 20. The Santa Clara Parade of Champions, which is an October tradition. And lastly, but not least, the Harris Lass House Museum on Market Street.
If you'd like to, Sue, invite your committee to come up as well to be in the picture. We'll just stand up back here. Yeah. Kelly, come on over.
Make sure everyone can see me. We are ready in 3, 2, 1. Let's get one more. Ready in 3, 2, 1. Got it. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you all.
congratulations, and thank you for all that hard work. There's a lot of organizations that benefit from that, and it's a really fun event in the city, so thank you. Okay, for our next special order of business, we have a presentation by the Cultural Commission on projects and upcoming special events. The Cultural Commission will present a brief overview of the Commission's accomplishments for fiscal year 24-25, including the winners of the Halloween and Holiday Home Decorating Contests and images from concerts in the park and the street dance. So I was going to say, I now invite Jonathan Marinero, but he's just jumped the gun here, Chair of the Cultural Commission, to give the presentation and introduce the other commissioners present. Welcome, Jonathan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm John Marinero, Chair of the Cultural Commission, and I would like to also recognize Deborah Von Hune, as well as Neetu Garg as our commissioners in residence tonight. Oh, and of course, right behind us, I've got Louis Samara as well. This year, we decided to keep our goals the same, but evolve them a bit. So, of course, that covers hosting and enhancing the multicultural events that encourage and acquaint Santa Clara residents with the cultural diversity. We develop and encourage interactive art opportunities that provide temporary performing, cultural, and public art in the city. We raise the visibility of commemorative months, enhance communication and social media strategies, as well as we've been preparing for the citywide arts master plan that's been in progress with Damon over at the Parks and Recs Department. First off, our events were a massive success. We kicked off the 2014 season with 5 of those concerts in the park. Each of them had a attendance of over 500 people. And the street dance, of course, with Neon Velvet was a blast, with over 3,000 people there. We decided to move it down from the old location in the center of the Franklin Square, where we'd grown a little bit too large for the venue. And we're proud to say that we had, I think, maybe 1 or 2 people not have the best time, but everybody else had a great time when it came to the new location there, which is a success for community planning. We, of course, secured a bit more sponsorship this year for the events. I would like to thank SEFCU, Patelco, Santa Clara's Parade of Champions, thank you, Crestview Family Dental, and, of course, EdgeCore for their sponsorship this year. We do have packets out now for anybody that is interested in sponsoring the events coming on up. We have a host of new concerts and other events to be able to help us out with. If you're interested, please go to the website santaclaraca.gov/cultural commission for more information on that. And I would like to say we raised about $13,850 for the 2024 season. That brings us into the fun stuff. So we had a sculpture exhibition where we had 2 pieces on display at the Central Park Library from September through November. The theme was One World, One Hope. The first is this piece by Mako Watanabe, the 16-inch ring. Beautiful, great in person. And second was a Layers of Hope by Britt Jensen. That was actually, it looks small in the picture, but it's actually quite large in person. Beautiful exhibition. It was really nice to see people come forward and be able to present that to not just us at the Cultural Commission, but the community in general. We then had our Halloween home decorating contest. So this year we decided to add a category, which was for best group. That allowed us to go and have groups of people actually band together and do multiple house entries. In the Halloween, since it was a new category, we had a little group at an apartment complex band together, which was nice, as you can see there. And then we had the district winners coming in from 2nd Street for District 1, Cabrillo for District 2, and San Rafael for District 3. Pepper Tree, perennial entry for District 4, Lincoln Street for District 5, and Doug Lane for District 6. And our best of the best actually went to a relatively newcomer with their Dia de los Muertos presentation, which was absolutely fantastic, and we were excited to see them return for the holiday home decorating competition. This is where the best group really decided to shine. Capitola Way had been a constant winner or in the top 3 in the past, and seeing them band together with their neighbors to create a giant presentation was fantastic. You could see it 3 streets away from all the light that they were putting off. District 1 went to Burdick with another amazing presentation. Warburton got District 2, and San Rafael got District 3 with a dog park theme. Pepper Tree Lane, again, back for District 4. Benton got District 5 and Michael Way from District 6. And the best of the best went to Sloat Court, which once again, multiple streets away, you cannot miss them. Our commemorative months picked up again with more coloring pages. We're looking at actually expanding this going forward into a way of celebrating commemorative months in other ways. But we were excited to actually show a couple of the different pages we had for, of course, March and April. These are available through all of our social media for kids to be able to print out, color in any way they want. And they're all done by a local artist. Coming up in 2025, we do have more fun events. Not stopping there. We've got House Rockers June 13th, Chrome Deluxe June 27th, Sona July 11th, and Orquesta Borincon for July 25th. And in the Live Oak Park, we're going to be ending the season with the Hitmen up on the north side. Now remember, always bring an extra layer. It can get a little cold. And for the street dance, Neon Velvet actually asked us if they could come back again. And so we're excited to host them. They're the first band we've had 2 times in a row. And so we're excited to have them back again August 1st. With that, we're also doing a partnership with Mission College. So for the June 4th event that's coming up soon, we're going to have Tony Lindsay, 11-time Grammy Award-winning jazz and R&B artist. He is phenomenal. If you haven't listened to him, please look up his Spotify. Putting on the beginning of their season. And we've worked with them to make sure that our events don't overlap with theirs. We're going to be doing cross-promotion. So that please go to all of their events as you go to all of ours. I expect to see and dance with all of you there. Next, we've of course got the return of the lauded utility box program. We've got 6 new boxes coming on in, and we're very excited to see that expand on out. We'll have a list of where those box locations are going to be posted soon. And then we have a new outdoor temporary sculpture exhibit. The theme is Catalyst, a new possibility. The location, City Hall Plaza, so just outside. There was an open call from March 14th to April 13th. And I'm proud to say that the judges actually met earlier today and reviewed 8 entries from 6 artists. And that was a panel made up of commissioners, city staff, as well as people from around the community, including Triton Art. And they were able to go whittle it on down to a review that will be presented with the finalists on Monday's Cultural Commission meeting. Of course, we've got a return of the Friday Night Live going on over at, hopefully, the Triton Art Museum as well. So we're going to be activating that space again. We're very excited for that. And we've received a lot of support for our Arts Master Plan. I cannot thank Damon over at the Parks and Recs Department enough for jumping on and pushing forward for us to be able to go and get this done. We're very excited to be able to go and make this a core part of the city. And with that, thank you all. It's been a pleasure as always.
Thank you so much. I look forward to the concerts in the park. I see my 2 dance partners over here, Nitu and Deborah. Get ready for this year. We have to come up with a new, some new moves. So anyways, it's so fun, so make sure you take advantage of it. They're really great activities. Thank you, Jonathan, and the whole commission for putting, you too, we're a nice dance partner. So thank you for putting all of this together, and we look forward to it. And I hope Howie, the hot dog guy, is there with his great hot dogs too. So that's always a treat. All right. Our next special order of business this evening is proclamation of Drinking Water Week. For our next item, the City Council would like to proclaim May 4th through May 10th as Drinking Water Week. We all rely heavily on having access to safe drinking water, but it's not something many of us think about every day. Drinking Water Week brings awareness to all the work that our incredible Water and Sewer Utilities Department does to ensure that our community has safe water. This evening, we have Brendan McCarthy, Ahmad Ali, Lawrence Tam, Ricky Lay, and team from Water and Sewer Utilities here with us. So here they come. I'd like to invite Brendan to the podium to say a few words.
Thank you so much,
Welcome.
Mayor, and good evening to you. Thank
There's
you.
a lot more in the
I asked them all to join me up here.
Oh, you can
And thank you and
introduce
good
the
evening,
team as
Mayor
well.
and Council. Brendan
you.
McCarthy, Senior Management Analyst, Water and Sewer Utilities. I'm honored to be here tonight to represent this amazing team. We currently have 64 men and women who are working every day to get the clean water in and the not so clean water out. We're very proud of this work that we do. We really truly believe that it's one of the things that makes Santa Clara a great place to live, work, and play. From admin and customer service, engineering, water operations and construction, sewer operations, the meter shop, and regulatory compliance, this is a truly dynamic team. We're lucky to have some of them here tonight. I know you were able to mention some of them. There's a few. There's a few more here. Victoria Gleason, our water efficiency conservation. I always get that title wrong. Daniel Bobius is here, the assistant superintendent for the sewer utility. His wife Val is joining us too. Nick Capello is here, the water sewer maintenance worker too. Nestor Camacho and Joey Pacheco, pump techs. Garrett Brown, water and sewer superintendent. Did I miss anybody? Lawrence Tam. I think the mayor got Lawrence Tam before I got up here. It's also kind of a family affair. Ahmed's son, Adil, is back there, and so are my boys, Aiden and Robbie, are in the back somewhere. I told them they should stand up and wave, so hopefully they did.
I didn't see that. Let's try that again.
Okay, right.
Back there?
Boys?
Oh, there they are. All right.
And there's mine over there.
Okay, great.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention our regional partners, including Valley Water, SFPUC, Bosca, South Bay Water Recycling, and the City of San Jose. Lastly, of course, we'd like to acknowledge our partners here and our teammates in the City of Santa Clara who help us fulfill this mission, some of whom are in the room tonight from Public Works, IT, Human Resources, Finance, and anyone I'm forgetting. Park Department, and of course to the council for supporting our efforts. Finally, we come, did I bring the bag up with me? We come bearing gifts. We have purified water, bottles of purified water from the Silicon Valley Advanced Purification Center to hand out to everyone.
I love when they make us drink that. Yeah.
Right?
Do we have to drink it? Live?
Here you go. We got some for everybody.
Oh,
Enough to
can't
go
wait.
around.
Thank you.
Thank you very
You can
much.
share with the audience as well.
Yes.
And our
We
staff
have
up
enough.
here,
We'll
too.
share as many as
Awesome.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you. Before we have you up here, Councilmember Hardy, did you want to say something? Your light's on.
Yes, I did, because I serve on Bosca and the Valley Water Commission and on the water treatment plant. And I will say, I love water. And on top of it, that's this system that you keep working so well and no one thinks about because it is working so well is what makes our modern living modern. The electricity goes off, it's annoying. The water or the sewer goes out, that's a tragedy. And I truly appreciate all the work and supporting you in all ways that we can. And I'll be the first to drink the purified water.
Great.
My degrees in
share, too. I will
chemical
share with you.
engineering, and I love purified water. I really feel like that is what that's a way to close the loop and to make ourselves drought resistant. So thank you so much to all of you. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you'd like to join us up here.
Madam Mayor?
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 Oh, go ahead. Was that Suds?
Yes.
Go ahead, Suds.
Thank you very much to the staff for maintaining our water. I say this every year. Tap water is about a penny a gallon. If you buy bottled water, it's 100 to 300 times more expensive. I was in India earlier this year. I couldn't drink the tap water. Pretty much anyone who tries to drink the tap water in India, they will get sick with some sort of stomach virus. And I don't even think about brushing my teeth or drinking the water here in Santa Clara or pretty much anywhere in the United States. We are truly blessed by having people that maintain such a great water system for us. And I agree with Councilmember Hardy that I have no qualms about drinking the purified water. It is reverse osmosis, and then it's UV purified, And our water is tested more often and more regularly than bottled water. And it is unfortunate that I see at Costco so many people buying bottled water. I have my reusable water from Santa Clara Water, Department of Water. At Costco, I see all these people with these huge carts full of bottled water, which is creating mountains of plastic that add to the pollution that we're trying to avoid in our water. So thank you to the staff for keeping us safe.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next, for our next item, we are honoring Law Day in the city of Santa Clara. Law Day, held annually, I think this is our second annual Law Day, is held annually on May 1st, is a national day to honor the rule of law and reflect on the way law and the legal process contribute to the freedoms that all Americans share. As part of Law Day, we recognize the Catherine and George Alexander Community Law Center at Santa Clara University for their pro bono legal services that they provide to the community in the areas of immigration, consumer protection, and workers' rights law. I now invite Glenn Gogans to tell us about Law Day and the Law Clinic at Santa Clara University. City Attorney Glenn, you've been waiting for this for a long
Madam Mayor,
time.
I am so
since
excited,
last
I
year.
can't even begin to tell you.
I know.
And I know there's
Welcome.
a lot of excitement in the chambers as well. We had fun last year, and I am back again to the great delight of many with Law Day 2025.
Oh, there's a PowerPoint.
There's a
Okay,
PowerPoint, Mayor.
all
I know
right.
you were hoping. Law Day is really a thing. Of course, it was dreamt up by lawyers. The American Bar Association thought of this as a great idea in 1957. It was officially recognized by Congress in 1961, and May 1st was the designated day for it. Mayor, as you pointed out, Santa Clara first recognized Law Day last year in 2024. And that year's theme was Voices of Democracy. Election year, it was an appropriate theme. They do, I think, a really good job of picking themes that are apropos. This year's theme is the Constitution's promise, out of many, one. U.S. Constitution 101, a quick primer for all of you, because I know you're interested. Drafted primarily by James Madison, right? Considered the father of the Constitution, with significant contributions from Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson, many others. Went into effect on March 4th, 1789, replaced the Articles of Confederation. For all of you history buffs, know that was a much more decentralized, kind of weaker form of government that just really wasn't working, and the Constitution replaced it. It's been amended 27 times. The most significant amendment that most people are aware of were the first 10 amendments, known as the Bill of Rights, that went into effect very shortly after the initial adoption in December of 1791. And then, of course, all of us geeky lawyer types think a very important thing that happened after that was the case of Marbury versus Madison, which established the concept of judicial review, which was not clear or obvious in the Constitution, where the judiciary was the branch of government that would interpret, the Constitution for everybody and had the ability to overturn laws that weren't consistent with the Constitution. It really is an extraordinary document and an extraordinary system of government. And this year's theme really asks us to reflect on that and how lucky we are to live in a society based around such an extraordinary document with, we hope, working, checks and balances that have government operating the way it's supposed to, in accordance with principles that are supposed to unite us, not divide us. You'll notice this fun picture here. That's actually the picture from the History Rock, where I think most of us, if you followed History Rock when you were a kid, learned the preamble to the Constitution. Many of us, I think, can sing it, Mayor. That is not part of the presentation this evening.
No, it is not.
But I could know that I can, sing that.
I have a mute button here, just in case. I'm
You
ready.
did threaten that with me, Mayor, and I think that would be appropriate if I get too far out of line. I really thought it was nice because there's a lot of people doing really good things in our local community here. That is part of this presentation, and you queued it up nicely, Mayor, that we would recognize different pro bono legal services that are offered here locally to people who need legal service and support but can't afford them. One of them that I just really learned about this year is offered out of our library. I bet a lot of you knew about this. It's called the Lawyer in the Library program. It's free legal services that you can arrange for yourself by appointment, 20 minutes appointments, every Wednesday from 3 to 5. And there's information about that here. There's the link to the library website about that, or you can call the library. Really want to thank and appreciate Patty Wong, Director of Library Services, for that, and the lawyers from the local pro bono project. The executive director is Sandra Madrigala, for helping provide support for that very useful service right here at one of our libraries. And the next item I want to introduce, and I'm really very honored to have them here to help us kind of celebrate this day, are representatives from the Catherine and George Alexander Community Law Center at our renowned Santa Clara University. And at this time, I'd like to invite one of their supervising attorneys. That might not be his right title. He'll give you that, Scott Maurer, and one of his student volunteers, Hanchel Chang, to talk a little bit about the Law Center.
Thank you.
Got it.
Do all the attorneys have PowerPoints? Welcome.
Thank you. City Attorney Goggins, we very much appreciate the recognition on Law Day. And much has already been said about the Alexander Community Law Center. It is Santa Clara Law's civil clinical program. And it was actually started by law students at Santa Clara University from the La Raza Law Students Association. Heard about a problem of day workers not getting paid and not getting help from anywhere, and got together and recruited a professor to write a grant application in the Department of Education. And initially, what was known as the East San Jose Community Law Center was born out on Alum Rock there. And because we had no heat or air conditioning, we had to move from that original location. So we're now at 1030 the Alameda in San Jose. We've been there since about 2000. And it's already been stated that our three practice areas are immigration, which you can imagine is particularly challenging right now. Consumer protection, and I feel I should say that former City Councilman Will Kennedy has been a longtime supporter and co-counsel of cases with the consumer program and continues to volunteer with us, and workers' rights. And although students provide virtually all the services, we're a major provider of these services in Santa Clara County. The immigration program submits at least 100 applications for relief to the United States Customs and Immigration Service every year. The Consumer Protection Program represented dozens of consumers and helped them recover over $250,000 last year. And recover over 100,000, save over $250,000. If you're interested in referring clients to us, our services are free, but the clients have to be below 200% of the federal poverty income guideline. Hard to see that chart, but I think individual needs to make less than $2,600 a month, and then it goes up based on household size. Put our phone number and our website up there if folks are interested in sending people our way. I mentioned already that all our services are provided by law students. It's been my absolute privilege to supervise a fabulous law student named Hanshul Cheng this semester. She's going to tell you a little bit about what it's like to work at the Law Center as a student.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I will say that the new building is very cold or very hot all the time. So it does have heating and air conditioning, but just like at extremes. So as a student, I think I came into law school just really excited to be a part of the legal community, but didn't know the extent of which I would get involved with the community. But thanks to this clinic and getting one-on-one interactions with the folks who come into our clinic, like with really just like deep scars that they feel like they've been wronged, and the kind of service that we provide to them, if not them walking away feeling like the law is on their side, but knowing that what the law is. And it's that knowledge that even if, for example, the first trial that I attended as a law student, which is insane that I didn't even think I'd be before the Superior Court of Santa Clara, that I unfortunately did not win, but to explain to my client, this is what happened, here are the consequences, and to have that education, I think it made her feel more secure about where her position was. But I've also learned a lot of really things that I didn't think I would learn from law school, like how to strip a mechanic's lien. If I ever need to do that in the future, thanks to this clinic and helping someone who came to our clinic with a mechanic's lien put on their house, I know that now. And so I do think that this clinic has taught me a lot of the legal community and how it can get involved that I don't think I would have learned if it had not been for Santa Clara University and this really great opportunity.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One last indulgence, if you might. I'd like to introduce to you, with much happiness, some new additions to our office who are here today. And I'd like to invite them up to the podium. First, we've got Marguerite Malloy, new Assistant City Attorney. She's been practicing for approaching 25 years, right? Or plus? 3 or 4 years, very new to the practice. 25 years of practice, a lot of great experience, both in public and private arenas. Her focus throughout has really been in much of her career on providing support for human resources departments. More important than anything, though, she got her law degree from Santa Clara University, Madam Mayor. And so she's very well qualified and is going to be focusing her practice here on also advising our human resources department, and of course with our small group, other services as required. So that's Marguerite Malloy. Thank you, Marguerite. Second up, Jennifer Byers, Assistant City Attorney, also got her law degree from Santa Clara University, and also a very nice mix of public and private practice in her history. She is has the unenviable job of replacing Liz Klotz from my group, who went over to the CMO's office. Liz worked on a lot of business transactions, real estate, the housing, projects, and we're delighted to have Jen here, and I know she's going to fit right in and do great. Finally, I'd like to introduce also you to Win Nguyen. Win is on the more junior side of the group. Jen, you're 3 years, right? Yeah, 3.5 years, even less than that. Actually about 3 years. With also a nice mix of public and private practice, and most interesting and valuable to us, some very significant experience already in her young career in the energy sector. So Wynn's primary billet will be with Silicon Valley Power, assisting Dan Ballin and his group and all the good people down there provide legal service to that group. So those are my new additions, Madam Mayor. My final comment will be, Hot Dog Dude has assured me that on May 1st, in honor of Law Day, he's going to be offering a 10% discount on all hot dogs at the hot dog stand. And so everybody's really chipping in, Mayor, for Law Day, this year. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Are you sure you're finished?
Yes, that is it.
More? right? Anything else? Any
Do you
other
have anything?
final comments?
Do you have anything else you'd like me to speak to? No, appreciate it, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Thank you very much. This was very nice. I have, because I was forced to have two proclamations,
Yeah,
one
very
from
good.
our city attorney who insisted on having one, and then one for Santa Clara University. So, no, I'm kidding. Please come forward because we have these
Very good.
to honor all of you, and we'd like to get you all in one photo as
Yeah,
well.
very good, thanks. And
Thank you.
we'll get my new lawyers up too for the. I heard proposals that law day be every other year, but that's not going to happen. Every year. Unless we're going to alternate with water. Here, you come in the front. You get in there, yeah, you get in the front. You're one of the main.
I know exactly where you are. Someday there's going to be an empty space.
There's one more opening. Okay, everyone, look over here. Ready in 3, 2, 1. There's one more. Ready in 3, 2, 1. Got it.
Take a bow, Glenn. Did you take a bow? Okay, very good. All right. All right, back to the meeting. All right. Thank you all for indulging us on all that. So next, we have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless items are pulled for discussion. Do we have any items pulled for discussion? Or may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Or if there's any member of the public that would like to pull an item. Councilmember Hardy.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes,
Thank you.
and that passes unanimously. All right, public presentations. Do we have any public presentations? Anybody here would like to speak? Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. I had a slideshow. Akush Soboslai. On March 25, Council referred my request to repeal the pedestrian prohibition to staff. Staff did not write a staff report in 5 weeks. Vision Zero San Jose shows 0 crashes on bike lanes, sidewalks, and paths on 45, 50 mile per hour expressways. That's 23 miles. Oh, there it is. 45 and 45, 50, 50 mile per hour arterials. That's 32 miles. Next slide, please. Since 1987, both city staff and county highway staff repeatedly and falsely claimed expressways are, quote, high-speed, unquote, and unsafe for bicyclists and pedestrians to go along. Expressways are the safest to go along. They have about one-fifth as many intersections per mile as arterials, and 1/100th the driveways. Expressways are also the riskiest to cross being widest. 19 pedestrians were killed or severely injured crossing Capitol Expressway alone. That's 11-year data. Highway and traffic engineers often conflate these two scenarios for propaganda to eliminate bicyclists and pedestrians. Next slide. In 2006, city staff falsely stated to City Council that, quote, 60%, unquote, of pedestrian fatalities on expressways occur by cars running off the road and killing pedestrians on sidewalks. Staff omitted their data from the agenda packet to prevent rebuttal. We lost 4-3. Weeks later, City Manager Sparacino sent me the link to data. The 60% figure was for motorist fatalities on interstate freeways, not pedestrian fatalities as staff claimed. And details are at the link. But we won at the BOS, which approved sidewalks on all expressways by 5-0. Next slide. Here's a table of county highway staff versus BOS votes regarding expressways. County roads lost 8 out of 8 votes, 1988 to 2008. To enlarge the succinct history, go to the link. By the 2006 council vote, repeal should have occurred in 2009. I asked the City Council to please stop staff stonewalling and repeal the pedestrian prohibition. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know we've referred this to city staff before. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Important to note that staff has emailed and spoken to the residents several times regarding the 24-year-old ordinance. In response to his request, it's also important to note that the Public Works Department and the City Attorney's Office have met multiple times internally to discuss the matter, as well as consulted with the attorney. I've just received some additional information at about 5 o'clock today that I haven't had the chance to fully review, but it's also important to note that several cities, including Campbell, San Jose, Sunnyvale, and Milpitas, and Mountain View, have similar ordinances to ours that are in effect. So we're certainly taking a full and detailed look at it, and when we have additional information, I'll report back.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing it back again, sir. Thank you. Howard, please come forward.
Hello. First of all, the Culture Commission, I want to thank them for all the hard work they do. And I get to benefit by them working on putting those events together. And the Parks and Rec Department, that I work a lot with him, and she's able to really help me out there at different events. Concert in the park, street dance, you name it, they're out there working with it. Another issue I came in for is parking out at the Great America Amtrak station. I've heard many times planning commissions talking about the development out there. Well, the commuters have parking at the end of Stars and Stripes. Well, one day I came to work and I looked across down and the parking lot was full. I thought, oh, maybe trains broke down. So I took a drive through the parking lot. I know it's kind of funky to see, but that parking lot was really filled with a lot of cars. Now I've seen Enterprise car rental down at far left side. I seen San Francisco 49er pickup there with the flat tire. Up by the gate where all their employees come in, that parking lot is full. At 1:20 p.m., that should be pretty empty parking lot because commuters come into Santa Clara to go to work at our city's companies in this city. They don't leave our city to go work in Modesto or Tracy or anything like that. They're coming to us, and I've been talking to people there, and they say, well, we can't find no parking. They're even parking on the streets where it says no parking because there's no parking in that commuter parking lot. There got to be some way to figure out how to make it that other businesses or other people in the neighborhood don't use that parking lot to store vehicles. That way commuters can come into our city, get in their cars and drive out to their jobs and perform their jobs. I don't know what can be done, but as the last thing I did with getting the illegal vendors to stop, I guess I'm going to do that with getting the illegal parkers to stop parking in the commuter parking lot. That way more commuters can be here. And
Thank you.
thank you again. And he beat me for that 10%. Typical lawyer.
That comes with free legal advice. Okay. City manager, can you find out who monitors that parking lot? Do we know? Is it
Yes.
us? Are we supposed to be monitoring that?
The police chief and I have already had some preliminary
Okay, very
conversations.
good.
We'll follow up.
Okay, very good, because I've gotten some complaints as well. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, good to know. We'll follow up on that. Okay, next we have Sunny. Is Sunny here or online? Online? Sunny?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mayor Lisa Gilmore, and hello, everyone. This is Satish Sani Chandra. Glad to be here. First of all, I would try to send my sincere condolences for the demise of Pope Francis and Debbie Davis for her great service to the community. Both have been the warriors of the community and served, and respect to them. But I also wanted to bring to the attention what has happened in India on April 22nd. So I would like to make a statement. So I would like to strongly bring to the notice the brutal terrorist attack that occurred on April 22nd in Pahalgam, in Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, India, where 26 innocent civilians have been targeted for being Hindu, were murdered. Terrorism in all of its forms and under any justification has no place in our global society. Whether the victims are Hindus, Sikhs, Muslims, Christian, Jewish, Buddhists, or of any other faith, the loss of innocent lives is a tragedy for all humanity. My heart goes out to the victims and their families. Santa Clara is home to a diverse and compassionate community. Let us stand together to build a world where no one is targeted for who they are, what they believe, or their opinions. We stand in solidarity with all the communities affected by this violence, and we must remain united in speaking out against hate and extremism everywhere. And I would like to sincerely ask the City Council to make a resolution to condemn terrorism in all forms, and specifically what happened on April 22nd. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sunny. We wouldn't do that as a city, but we can individually do it, and I know many of us have made statements about that as well. So thank you. Do we have any other? No? All right. So anybody else here, public presentation on something not on the agenda? Okay, very good. Next, we're going to move to our public hearing, general business. Number 4, adopt updated definitions for field user categories and field user priorities for use, and adopt a resolution incorporating the updated recreation fields and turf area reservations, practice, and game fees into the proposed fiscal year 25-26 municipal fee schedule. City manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Javon Grogan, City Manager. Just a few introductory remarks on this important item that you've seen a few times. As you know, the City of Santa Clara has a history of supporting youth sport organizations with practice and competitive facilities. Historically, sport fields have been available and maintained by the City of Santa Clara youth sports groups at no charge. While the city continues to place a high value on youth sports, the need to recover operating costs as well as plan for long-term capital improvements has become necessary in order to continue to deliver high-quality facilities and services to the community. Since March 2024, staff has been meeting with youth sports groups to discuss various items, including field use fees, priority allocation, the Wade Brummel Scholarship Program, and our long-term approach to the city's aging infrastructure. Over 20 local community youth groups were invited to participate in these public meetings that included more than 9 individual meetings. Tonight, staff will update the City Council on the community group meetings and those discussions, while also presenting a transparent and incremental approach to continue implementing field use fees for user groups, as well as discuss the council's priority considerations for those groups. With that, I invite Parks and Recreation Director Damon Sparacino to the podium to deliver the presentation. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the community, especially those who are here to help speak and work with the city on this item. Again, Damon Sparacino, Director of Parks and Recreation. And tonight, as mentioned by the City Manager, the Parks and Recreation Department is returning to City Council to provide an update regarding all the good collaboration with the community sports groups that has happened since March of last year. Tonight, we're going to cover the background, the community engagement process, briefly explain field user categories and priorities, and provide a recommendation to council requesting the updated fees be included in the proposed fiscal year 25-26 municipal fee schedule that you'll be hearing later this evening. So to get started, a little background. The City of Santa Clara, as mentioned in the opening by the City Manager, has a history of supporting youth sports organizations with sports facilities at no charge throughout the city. To qualify for this, youth sports organizations were required to meet city's criteria of serving at least 51% residents. Of course, as the population and demand for sports fields has grown over the years, it is increasingly difficult to meet the needs for field space within the community. Additionally, the free service model has made it difficult for the city to keep up with the gap between the city's general fund subsidy and the operational costs of recovering utilities, equipment, labor, and maintenance. And while the city continues to place a high value and council on the community's youth sports, the need to recover operating costs and plan long-term capital improvement projects has become necessary to continue delivering high-quality facilities. So how did we get here tonight? A little bit more background. In 2021, Council directed staff to conduct a Parks and Recreation fee and cost recovery study, and as such, the study was completed and approved by Council, and field fees were adopted with the 2022-23 municipal fee schedule. The city began charging youth sports organizations for field use permits in fall of '22. During the 23-24 municipal fee schedule process, in April of that year, Council expressed concerns about the fees for youth sports leagues and made a referral to have staff meet with the sports groups to further discuss the cost recovery policy and fee schedule. Again, in March in 2024, staff began meeting with youth sports user groups to build relationships and understanding while discussing field use fees, the Wade Brummel Scholarship Program, the permitting process, the aging infrastructure, and overall facility conditions. And in April of that same year, 24, City Council directed staff to examine the Wade Brummel Scholarship Program, the feasibility of fee waivers, nonprofit youth sports groups. Finally, as a follow-up to the April direction from staff in June of that year, City Council took action to waive all nonprofit youth field use fees and directed staff to return later, which we are here tonight, with analysis after stakeholder meetings were conducted. So since that time, staff's continued to evaluate field use fees and continued meeting with the user groups, as well as stakeholders between June of '24 and February of this year. And in summary, the background is what has led to the presentation and recommendation before City Council tonight. So really briefly on the community engagement process, in total, there were 9 meetings that were both in person and in hybrid. The meetings were held beginning in March, again in July, October, November, and December of 2024. Each one of those meetings, all of the user groups on record within the city of Santa Clara were notified and provided access both either to a Zoom link or in person, as well as the agendas, so they would know what questions to bring or ask, and to help basically engage the city in what brings us here tonight. Additionally, the groups reviewed during these meetings benchmarking information, prioritization of field allocation, category of definitions, proposed fees, and provided feedback to staff regarding all of these different things throughout the process. A quick note is we did resolve the Wade Brummel updated policy and brought that to council in March. The Brummel Scholarship Fund, to remind council and for those watching tonight, is a supplemental fund that helps offset existing scholarship programs that are offered directly through the sports groups. Staff is currently, as mentioned during the presentation in March, working with the various youth groups to ascertain the exact scholarships available directly through their programs, and estimated scholarship dollars and numbers that the groups might be able to provide, so at a future date we can either provide it in a memo to staff or in an update. So the field user categories and priorities of use. The field user categories represent the values Santa Clara has in supporting youth sports. The list also added a new category to differentiate nonprofit sports groups that serve adults and help further define the criteria groups needed to meet within each of the priority areas. With the suggested system, sports groups can now be categorized and fields can be allocated according to the priorities. During the process, the conversations and values discussed afforded the development of the following categories and are listed here. I'll go into them briefly. We have city programs as a category 1, and those include all city functions, events, or recreation programs. Then we have our resident youth nonprofit. In order to be a resident youth nonprofit, your group has to be located within the city of Santa Clara, so your nonprofit has to have a Santa Clara resident, and 51+% of your members need to be Santa Clara residents. And where the youth are concerned, that can also include being a member of a school that might be in Santa Clara, even if you might live on one of the border cities, and or if you attend a private school in Santa Clara. Closely following the youth nonprofit, we have the adult nonprofit, and similar to the youth nonprofit, you have to be 51%. Your nonprofit has to be located and have a Santa Clara address, and again, 51% of your members of your group have to be Santa Clara residents. Then we come to the resident, which is fairly self-explanatory. Basically, you either have to be a resident of Santa Clara or attend a school in the city of Santa Clara. Non-resident is anything that hasn't already been mentioned relative to residents for sake of time. And then non-resident is anyone who does not live or have an address, including nonprofits that don't have a Santa Clara address as their nonprofit agency. And then lastly, we have commercial entity, and that's for any for-profit business, including but not limited to corporations or limited liability companies. So as part of the process, staff engaged the groups that they really wanted to see what other cities, especially in Santa Clara County, were doing. And in short order, and I do want to mention that staff did a great job with this, we contacted local cities in Santa Clara County, our counterparts in the recreation departments, in what's called SANCRA, is a sports organization that does that several members of our own staff are members of, who handle the field reservations in these jurisdictions to get up-to-date information. The groups expressed an interest in having a balanced, transparent, market-based, low-cost recovery rates while supporting what they understood to be the city's short and long-term operating goals relative to maintenance and infrastructure. The groups were provided all the information that we gathered from the groups to see where the rates were relative to the market, and those were included in the council packet. On average, the rental rate was approximately $22 an hour, the highest being $66 and the lowest being $7. So that brings us to our next slide, which are the fees as they're proposed for council consideration this evening. Based on the benchmarking and discussions with and feedback from the groups, the following fees are recommended for implementation in the next muni fee adoption that you're hearing this evening. Additionally, the starting rate of $8 per hour for field usage is below the benchmark average and is projected to remain below the benchmark average even through the incremental increases as displayed before you tonight. I'll give you a second to look at this chart. I know it was included in your packet. Wanted to point out that in the out years, in 27 and 28, when we start to look at the synthetic fees, which are not included in tonight's packet, as well as the light fees, which are not included in tonight's packet, we will do the same modeling where we benchmark the same 8 agencies within Santa Clara County as to what they're charging for those specific facility uses, as well as the lights, and bring those back to council next year around the same time, which is important to note because we're gonna need to start talking to these groups right away about what we're seeing in the market. And I know it's been a long process to this point, but I think it's been a good one where we've established relationships, open lines of communication, and a real give and take with all of the local sports groups. Couple other things that came up as part of the process, but we wanted to make sure that we informed council about the few variables that were outliers to the discussions with the groups. We called them other considerations within the report, but one of the groups that was a non-resident group, they were actually located in San Jose, lobbied both staff and the collective group of youth users for what would be considered a non-resident nonprofit, which would slot after the adult resident nonprofit, looking to gain a leg up on both residents, and then also looking to see if we could work on the rate for those non-residents. To a vote with the people in the room, at least the users, the groups resoundingly said that the non-resident fee should be viewed as a cost recovery model for the city in an effort to maintain low and affordable fees for resident nonprofit groups, and to also help the city where possible to further offset operational and long-term infrastructure needs. And then additionally, their concern was that elevating user group status would further impact already high demand fields, which one might argue we're not sure how much would be left over after all of the resident youth groups got their share, but nonetheless, I think it was well discussed, it came up multiple times, and we did hear from the groups on that. The second point on the slide before you tonight is the sliding fee structure. Two of the groups brought up the fact that part of our benchmarking showed that there was a sliding scale, in particular at the city of Campbell, where if you had over 75% residents, that you would then pay a further reduced rate. And staff response to that was that this would further discount the resident nonprofit rate further below market, which we're already below market in terms of what we're proposing for council tonight. And we did acknowledge the fact that this does align with city's values, and that in providing good programs at a reasonable rate, that using just the city of Campbell in terms of, in other words, cherry picking a really great model might not be an apples to apples comparison. The city of Campbell has approximately 3 fields they manage and far less user groups. And the time that staff would have to manage this would be continuously counter to the staff's long-term goal of moving towards more of a cost recovery and long-term approach to maintenance and capital improvements. So we did not present that to council as part of the fee package tonight. And then the last part that was discussed for other considerations is that in December of '24, staff worked with council to update the community grant process, which now includes the opportunity for youth sports groups to vie for available funds based on competing for what pot of money there is for other community activities, things that benefit the overall fabric of Santa Clara. So as such, any one of the qualifying youth groups can put in for some up to $10,000, and of course, as council knows, as long as those monies are available to be reimbursed for some of their fees. Lastly, I wanted to take a pause and thank staff, in particular Kim Castro, our recreation manager, her staff, Angelique and Marlon, out at the Reed and Grant Sports Center for hosting all of these meetings with the groups, with doing the benchmarking and making sure that we really got it right for both the user groups and to present to council this evening. Additionally, I wanted to thank and acknowledge all of the user groups, especially those that showed up regularly to the groups, providing valuable input, not just to the fees, but to the Wade Brummel process, how we allocate or will allocate fields going forward in terms of priority and user groups, top to bottom. It was a really great opportunity of being a new director to the city to get to know the community and to begin building relationships and setting a path forward. So that I wanted to thank the groups, and a couple of them I know we invited here tonight, and they'll speak when the time is right. So I think the last thing we have for you here is the recommendation to accept the recommendation by the Parks and Recreation Commission and adopt A, B, and C. Thank you very much. That concludes staff's presentation.
Very good. Thank you so much, Director Sparacino and your staff and everybody that when you got involved. I think things changed for the better. So thank you for all the hard work that you put into this as well. I'm going to ask for council questions. I have one to start. When I was looking at, and I didn't see it on the presentation, but when you were looking at the benchmarking, there was one slide in the packet that was attached to the agenda it said Santa Clara County cities that you were benchmarking against, but also in there was the city of Santa Cruz. And the city of Santa Cruz fees are off the charts.
Yes.
And so that skewed the final results. So I'm wondering, why was that in there? Because that completely changed. But that, I think, was on your high end at $66 an hour. That didn't seem to apply. So that's my question. And we're going to take all the questions first.
That's right. I'm still getting used to that.
I was wondering why that was in there. Okay, let's see who we have. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I really like that you separated out the adult and the youth nonprofit. I think that is very, very helpful because that takes care of some of the heartburn that the council had over certain things. I wasn't really clear on you mentioned the lights and the synthetic turf. I understand there's a higher cost if somebody used the lights, and you were going to add that in or do some, but I was trying to understand the synthetic turf. There's no option if that's what it is there, so that's what didn't make sense to me. Also, I will say when you went over the different considerations and some of the pushback you got, I will say we are very generous in what we consider our resident, including our schools, because the school district boundaries are very different from the city boundaries. So I think we have more than covered ourselves in that way when we talk about the 51%, especially when we're talking about the youth. And it doesn't surprise me that a nonprofit from outside of the city said, what about us? And my attitude is, well, it says right there, that's what you'll pay us. Yeah. Because I made a little note when I read the report. If there is no fee, we are charging our residents, all of our residents, who don't even use the field by default. So I think this is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks, Damon. And I apologize that I didn't get these questions to staff earlier, and I'm Monday morning quarterbacking here. But I would like to understand if there's any data on the total fees that were assessed last year per each group. I agree with Councilmember Hardy. Cost recovery is a real thing, and if I'm understanding right, Santa Clara only recovered 11%, whereas compared to the national average, it's 23%. So it's a dismal recovery anyways. I recognize there's a need. When I kind of looked into successful programs of cost recovery in Parks and Rec, I think that we've got what would be a pyramid system as well going on. I'm wondering if there would be an opportunity to almost list that subsidy per group, whereas the top of the pyramid really is looking at highly individualized, no community benefit, and then the bottom of the pyramid where we want to offer full subsidy would be the most community benefit offered. In that, I think my question is, if we understand how each group kind of paid into this, I'm still assuming that that nonprofit youth user sport was the biggest contributor to cost recovery. But I don't know if there's that data. So I want to also understand more about the sliding scale. I hear that there's a little bit of workload that's built into that that's challenging. I want to understand that more because I think looking at a sliding scale, and again, the only area that I really want to focus on is that nonprofit youth sector. I think a sliding scale could be beneficial when considering also maybe income levels of the people and the size of the groups. Because if you're taking, let's say, pony baseball that maybe has 10 or 12 members on a team compared to like a youth soccer team that has 30, that percentage split of what would be $600 seasonally for 3 months of, these hourly use fees is quite different. And then I don't know, and again, I'm sure that your community group talked at length about these opportunities, but have we considered an equity fund being built, again, and only to subsidize this one user group that I think shows the broadest community benefit and aligns with our council priorities right now of wanting to ensure that we are giving equitable access to our marginalized communities and those who potentially need it most. Thank you. Sorry, that was loud.
Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've said many times that I don't like things that are free because they tend to get abused. And at $8 per hour for these fields, that's only 2.8% of cost recovery. So that's a 97% subsidy. And, again, even for that, we have the Wade Brummel Fund. So for residents that can't afford to have their kids play with uniforms and all of that, and they can apply to the Wade Brummel Fund. So there is that. What I was curious about is that, when I was a kid, we used to go to the local school and we just have pickup baseball.
Yes.
Is there a way for residents to see when the fields are not reserved online? And then, kids could go out there and play without having to pay, I guess, based on availability. And then do we monitor field utilization to make sure that we are getting a lot of play on the fields, but not to the level where we degrade the grass and then have it turn into dirt?
Thank you. I think that's it for the questions. Councilmember Park? Wait, we have more questions. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, actually, I have a question about that too. I mean, we had a view, we had a pyramid before on how we did the cost structures, and it would have been nice to see the data that went into creating something like that for this presentation as well. Meaning that if we had data that showed, again, I mean, I think we have it someplace, but with this presentation, if we could have showed what the data was, the data were per group, and then also had maybe the pyramid, as Vice Mayor Cox suggested, where we showed the different coverage and the different groups at the different tier levels. But I do agree also with Councilmember Jane. Is there a way to see, when fields are not scheduled? I mean, I guess that would be the scheduling tool, but is that good enough, not just for scheduling, but also to see, easily when fields are not being used, right? Like I know how some other resources in other cities are used, and it's really a pain to go into each resource one by one to see, is this place available? No, it's not. Go to another place, is the place available? It would be really nice just to see at a glance, for this time, everything that's available or something like that. Also, when we talk about the proposed fee schedules, I'm noting that it does go up fairly well. Then we get to the plus lights, and to Councilmember Hardy's point, it says market rate, right? And when we talk about, we don't have an idea of what market rate is. Like, I don't know how expensive that is. Going forward from fiscal year 2027, 28, we're going to whatever the price is plus CPI. And I kind of want to say, like, is there a way that we can limit the increases to some amount, such as, plus CPI, limited to 10% of the previous, 10 or 20% of the previous, fee? Meaning, this is a way that you will never be surprised as to what the increases would be. I don't know that CPI would outstrip anything like that, and I think that starting with a base of 10, 30, or 60, may be reasonable, but just in case, is there a way that we could say something that limits it to a certain number, or CPI, whichever is less? Thank you.
Let's hope CPI is never 10 or 20%.
I'm hoping it's
that
not.
would never happen.
But again, going forward, I don't know that this structure would hold all the way through, so.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Just a question as far as the tool that's being used. I know the district was using Facilitron. I'm not sure if I tend to have heard that we were using that as well. And the other question is just as far as we want to make sure that that we're able to provide fields for as long as we're all here and even past that date, right? So just making sure that I know that the cost recovery is not there, but that there is some cost recovery so that we can maintain as best fields as we can for our residents. So just making sure that that's something that this would kind of help us with as far as the model that we have here.
I think that's it. Did you get them all, or would you like to go to the public while should I go to the public? Why don't I go to the public while you kind of figure that out and see if you have the right people answering the questions? All right, thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? If so, do we have any cards? Nora, if not, please come forward. I'll give you a little bit of time to look at those questions. Thank you. Hello.
Good evening,
welcome.
Mayor, Council. Mike Waukee, President of Santa Clara PAL. This is not perfect for a nonprofit organization by any means. We wanted 0. We worked it out, as you can see, 9 meetings, but those meetings were sometimes 2.5 hour long meetings. We negotiated back and forth. Damon, Kim, Dale, Angelique, Marlon, we spent hours upon hours with all the nonprofit groups working this out. We all came to a happy medium. We think that we could live with this. We have a say-so in the fees now. We have a say-so in how they escalate, so we can better budget our groups and our escalation rates into our organizations. Before, we were just kind of, Parks and Rec would say, fees $14 an hour. I don't know how they came up with that, but they came up with it. So we're like, it's a moving target now. Now we've got a defined target. We can budget. It's something we can live with. We know it's not perfect for us as nonprofits. We would love to have 0. That's the ultimate. But in today's world, that's not realistic either. It is what it is, right? So again, I want to thank Parks and Rec for working with us, for putting the time and effort into all the meetings and hearing us out as a community who services the city in the youth. And I hope other organizations that charge fees for their facilities would take note of this and hopefully start engaging with the nonprofits versus just shoving something down our throat and telling us that's the way it is. Hopefully some of them are listening tonight. And with that, I want to say, God bless Debbie, and Godspeed to Bill and family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I'm sure Debbie's family appreciates that as well. Linda, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. My name is Linda Pishwal, President of Santa Clara Westside Little League. First, I want to start off by saying thank you to the Parks and Rec Department, especially Damon, Angelique, Marlon, Kim, Dale, and their staff. We value your collaboration over the last year and have thoroughly enjoyed the dialogue at the numerous meetings held. We appreciated being part of the conversations surrounding Wade Brummel, field usage fees, policies, and field reservations, and most importantly, we look forward to continuing our partnership with you. We had many meetings where over the past several months, we discussed this item thoroughly and your staff was very supportive of our concerns. While we maintain it is not ideal or preferred to pay field usage fees for our groups, introducing things like a 50% discount to resident nonprofit youth sports groups if we meet the 75% residency threshold does help. We thought we reached a compromise, and it would serve as an act of goodwill for our partnership and greatly assists in keeping our programs as affordable as possible for our youth. I would urge you to add the sliding fee schedule back into this proposal. As I came in tonight, I actually did not know that was not part of this proposal, and so I just wanted to put that out there. If we can bring that back in, I would really appreciate that. Other than that, we're really proud of what we have accomplished in this process together, and we look forward to our continued communication and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Is this online, Cesar? Online? Cesar, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead,
Yes,
please.
great. Yeah, so I just wanted to comment. So I'm actually representing AYSO, which is a national nonprofit youth sports organization, just in opposition to what was proposed for the field usage fees, specifically as they pertain to the youth nonprofit non-resident category, which has been eliminated and lumped into a single non-resident category. So in addition, the fees for this category, which by the way are actually 35 times higher than the resident youth nonprofit category, are the same as what's being proposed for the commercial category, which would apply for companies like Google, Meta, and Apple. So I, along with a fellow Santa Clara City constituents, we attended several of these meetings, but as you can see, there was no effect there. The fee proposed for the nonprofit non-resident youth organizations, which again now fall under non-resident category, is $280 an hour. which is more than twice as high as the next comparable municipal rate, 133, which, by the way, was Santa Cruz, which was already high. So you take that out, it's now 6 times higher than any comparable rate across the neighboring municipalities. So in addition to that, right, non-resident youths are also going to be charged additional fees to help fund the Wade Brummel program, right? So it's a double whammy right there. So note that the proposed fee for the resident youth nonprofits is only $8, right? Which originally was 14, right? It was brought down to 8, which is actually 50% less than the median rate for this category against other comparable municipalities. So just to sum it up, right? The city of Santa Clara, it's not an island, right? We're surrounded by other municipalities, Sunnyvale, San Jose, Cupertino, where the boundaries are blurred. Several city programs on both sides have reciprocal agreements with the neighboring municipalities, right? So in that same vein, right, our sports organizations, we don't distinguish between where a player lives, and we're not going to tell a player you can't play or you have to get charged a higher fee because you live on the other side of the street in another city. But frankly, because of this, we're not going to be able to use Santa Clara fields, even though a significant percentage of our teams are Santa Clara residents, but just not the threshold.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak on this? If so, please come forward. Anyone else online? No? Okay. Director Sparacino, if you could also add the question in about, I didn't know about this, a sliding scale, if you wouldn't mind adding that to your list of questions as to why it wasn't included in the recommendation. And explain what it is too. Thanks.
Yeah, so to start with the sliding scale, that would basically go to about $4 an hour for any group that qualifies for that use. And at $8 an hour, we're still, in terms of the benchmarking, well below the average. I want to say the average, the low was 7 at Sunnyvale, and then throwing out Santa Cruz, which I can respond to that. We staff was working, like I had mentioned, with the professional groups. Santa Cruz was at one of the meetings. They got the information. We put it forward. It made it into the Parks and Rec report, and then we kept it in the report for tonight. But when we're looking at on a go forward, the intent is to look at the 8 cities that were included in the benchmarking. Santa Cruz will not be included, and was not. It was just a really respondent city and a close working relationship professionally, so they were included. But
just changed the number so dramatically.
Yeah, but again, so the high would still be 34.
34, not 66.
Correct, not 66. Still well and above the 8. And then the sliding scale, as referred to, it would take additional work for staff to dial that in, to look at what the percentages are relative to every group. Right now it's 51%, you're done, you go on. How many groups are going to qualify for it? What's the slide? Is it at 75%? Is it 60? Is it 50? We have something that applies evenly across to all groups. We have a really competitive low market rate. We worked with the groups to take the rate from 14 to 8 and work an incremental increase to that. So we feel that it's still a competitive nonprofit user rate. And the other thing, at the time we were having those discussions, we were making sure that all of the groups were aware of the community grant process, which is something that they haven't had available to them in the past. And for any one of these groups, having up to a $10,000 potential help relative to their costs, which facility fees and services can be part of, will help offset. It's new. So basically, just like everything here, this is a new day. And I think once we start to get in our groove, then we'll be back talking about, do we need to add money to the community grant program? And how are other ways we can help to leverage the help within the community for those groups that need it? So okay.
Thank you.
So for Hardy, she made a comment about adult and youth and the nonprofits and that helps. And then her question was mostly around, and I think same with Park, around the synthetic and then lights. So we didn't include those this year. We're going from a time and a place where no fees existed to now there is a fee. And $8 is still an unknown to a lot of these groups and some of them that are here tonight. So how does that impact their bottom line? How do they absorb that and or pass that cost along to their users? So we didn't want to come in. I can tell you right now that synthetic fees on the market are far and away above the cost for grass. So as we enter into this new day, anybody who rents either synthetic turf or grass will be paying the $8. However, it's important to educate both council and the community on, grass grows. We can add some seed, some dirt, some sun, some water, rest them, but synthetic turf doesn't regenerate. And every 8 to 10 years, you have to replace synthetic turf. That's just the turf part. There's the mat, which is usually a 20 to 25 year lifespan, and then there's the substrate that needs to be looked at every time you take the mat off. So just the synthetic turf replacement on a standard soccer field alone is over $1 million. So at the rate of, we have the entire Reed and Grant sports facility with the exception of one small grass field, and then one of our 3 fields at YSP are synthetic. You're looking at $3 to $5 million when those are shot. And the last time I checked, I was here talking with council about the International Swim Center and how we don't have any money to repair and replace those things. So we're talking about deferred use. And again, those synthetic fees will be applied to those people who are using those synthetic fields. It won't be applied evenly across. Same thing for lights. Lights are something you can, and we haven't done it yet. I've done it in another jurisdiction where you know how much you cost a contractor cost to replace the light, the cost of the light bulb, the electricity running through when you flip the lights, amortized out over an hourly cost per kilowatt hour, and you can see how much it costs annually to replace a light. And then you also know you're only running those lights so many hours a year. So these are things that we need a little bit of time. We were working on this right when my foot hit the ground here in Santa Clara, and we wanted to make sure that we did things incrementally. So to then also come with light fees and synthetic fees where there was nothing was a big leap. So I think when we will bring back those to both the groups and council to say that those will be approved at your level as well as discussed with the groups. And we might even need to, as we are with grass, look at an incremental approach to that. That answers a couple of those. Let's see. So Council Member Jane and Cox asked, and Park also asked some questions around data. We have data in terms of, we had one snapshot year in terms of what our total reservations and rental revenue was, and we have that broken down by group. I know that ballpark, the total amount was approximately 168,000 or 160. We'll send that back through council, the exact breakdown per group, so you can see who was spending what. And you'll also be able to see how that might be helped and offset by the community grant fund. The other thing relative to data that Jane asked is, he likes to go down when he was a kid and play pickup ball, and how can he find out when a field is available? We're not 100% sure that the software that we have is capable, and or we may not have paid for the module that makes that possible. So that's something that staff will need to look into and respond back. I can tell you that there are certain softwares in the market that allow it, but to Councilmember Parks' question, he's like, it'd be great if I didn't have to click through, but in the cities I've been in, it's like, it's this park, you click on the field, and is it available? There's no real, it's not great technology running these support softwares for recreation, but we will look into what we can do and what we can be capable of. Cox had a couple of questions regarding the cost recovery models relative to the users and the total impact. I want to be sure I'm getting the questions right. And you mentioned the pyramid, our cost recovery pyramid, which it was included in part of the packet. It's like within a packet, but there's, we can resend the city's cost recovery policy. I think you probably also remember it from when you were in the Parks and Recreation Commission. These youth groups would still be based on the rate of recovery well within that in terms of total dollars relative to total expenses. But we'll look at it holistically in terms of what the outlay is on a capital and maintenance on an annual basis, as well as staff to support it relative to the revenues received. But we only have the 1 year of snapshot. You also had asked about making sure that youth nonprofits were still, and in this fee structure, they're getting the lowest rate and also really within the market, sans Santa Cruz. So, sorry about that. Excuse me. And then the equity fund, we did not talk about the equity, building an equity fund. While we were in these meetings, we were really talking about Wade Brummel, and then we were talking about the rates under Wade Brummel. We were talking about what it could be used for, and it did expand a little bit this year based on the feedback we received from the groups, and then brought forward to Parks and Rec and Council. But that's again where we talked about the potential for the community grant fund as an offset for any of these groups, as well as making sure that the rates were at or below market. The sliding scale, you had asked a question about relative to the total participants or the percentage of the participants or the total participants. Like if a baseball group has only 100 kids and a soccer or one group might be larger than another in terms of, can you help me with that question again?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I think I convoluted my thoughts there. The sliding scale was not in relation to total attendance on a team. I think that was just noting that because there is a discrepancy, that hourly rate can be substantially more impactful for a small team than it would be for a large team. My question about the sliding scale is I'm hearing two different things, I think, when we talk about the sliding scale. I hear that we're already looking at a 51 percentile of residency, and so that legwork is already being done to establish how many residents there are on a team. So I don't understand necessarily why identifying 75% would be much more of a workload. However, I think that if we had the data that showed 80% of our cost recovery comes from nonprofits, so reducing it by 50% would significantly impact the low cost recovery we already have. So I'm trying to understand if we had the data that shows this user group is pretty much paying for all of our cost recovery, so even a marginal change in it is going to impact us in a major way. If it's not, well, shoot, we put everybody up by $1 and we can fully subsidize this, but I don't understand that.
Yeah, thank you for that, for bringing that back for me. A predominance of all the uses are take place by these youth nonprofit groups. They take up a majority of our what would be considered our available field rental space. and there's very little left over for anybody else. It might change once we're charging fees for it, and they have to be a little bit more responsible for doing a carte blanche booking versus the times that they will actually use the facilities. But very rarely, we have a small percentage also that comes in from for-profit, and we are, wherever we can maximize those, we do, and or non-resident. But we don't have a real big non-resident or resident use that helps offset the use, which is predominantly by the youth nonprofit groups. So when you see what would be considered our cost recovery and or our delivery of services, especially for like the synthetic or the lights or things of that nature, it'll be those users.
That makes sense. So again, when we look at that being our primary cost recovery source, when we talk about a 50% reduction based on 75% residency, is that the concern, or is the concern, as I think expressed in the report, really the workload that would put on the staff to identify?
It's not that's one of several variables. It was additional work. It deepens the discounts that we would be already giving a discounted rate for the groups that predominantly use and or use up the resource. So we're going to look into how we're scheduling fields. We're going to look into, we answered the sliding, the percentage, the cap for Councilmember Park, where I know you said CPI up to or something along those lines. Is that something we could do? If the council so directs it, then absolutely. We could say that it goes up a CPI with a cap of $2. I don't know if you want to do 10%, but you can if it's so voted on or wished by the council, we can build some sort of a cap in that escalator. That's fine. And again, we'll bring back the synthetic fees and the light fees for approval for both Parks and Rec Commission. We'll discuss them with the user groups, and we'll also bring them back to council. Is there any other questions that I may have been missing? I know that Councilmember Gonzalez asked about what tool we use, that the school uses a particular tool for booking facilities. We use a tool, a web-based tool called ActiveNet. And then he also just made the comment to provide fields for everybody. So if there's any other questions.
I have a Councilmember Jane. His hand is up.
Yeah, I had a couple of new questions, but I wanted to know, you said that sometimes if the field is degraded, we have to seed it and let it rest.
Yes.
Can you put that into the software saying that we're now not going to allow people to reserve this time, or do you kick people out, or how is that managed?
Yeah, we won't reserve it. We'll hold it. We'll have rest periods. We don't have an effective way of kicking people off of fields unless we have known rest fields and we have staff on duty that are either looking at or assisting with other duties. But that's never, we don't have a sole staff dedicated to field monitoring or park rangers or anything of that nature.
I had a couple more questions. Did we compare the cost of our fields to what Santa Clara Unified charges? My understanding is they charge a lot more for their facilities. And then the second is YSP included in all of this? Can outside groups reserve YSP?
We did not use the school district as a benchmark. School districts across have fees that aren't always in alignment with cities, don't have the same relationships with the user groups relative to the constituency. So we don't usually, and we did not benchmark Santa Clara Unified School District for this particular case, and we didn't plan on it for a go forward. I'm sorry, what was the second question?
About YSP.
Oh, YSP. Yes, YSP is included in this, and the field rates will be the same for both youth, nonprofit, adult nonprofit, resident, and so on and so forth. And then as we look forward for YSP, that will have a synthetic field that will have a different rate, and then lights when we look at that in the future as well. But as it sits today, the field rate fees that you see apply to all fields.
Okay, thank you.
City Manager?
Or just wanted to expand upon 2 points. I think Councilmember Park had a concern about CPI increases in the size of those. I just wanted to note that on an annual basis, like the very next item that you're going to see, we still bring CPI adjustments to the City Council for approval. So if there was a spike in CPI, you would have a chance to address that at that point. Also wanted to note that the director mentioned the community grant program. Just want to note that certainly a group could apply for a particular hardship to the community grant program, but an application is not a guarantee of funding, and this entire effort is to raise additional money. And so what we don't want is a net zero, which is we have these fees and then groups apply to the community grant fund, which is in large part funded in part by the general fund. And so we would want to reserve those funds for other applications. That way it's not a net wash, because the overall goal in having these fees is to raise additional funds for capital maintenance.
Okay. Anything, final comments?
No, I just want to thank, again, council for their support, their questions, and reiterate our thanks to the community and to staff for all the good work around this issue. And again, this is just the beginning, and we'll be back in the future to have similar discussions and continue engaging our constituency and doing the best work we can for the residents of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all that in the presentation. Do I have a motion for the staff recommendation?
I'll make a motion for the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'd like to, I'll second it too. Okay.
Okay, we got 2 seconds and a motion. Councilmember Park, your light's on?
Yeah, so again, I think what we heard from the public input was sliding scale. I don't know if it should be by, well, I mean, percentages kind of quantizes it on 1%, but maybe you could bucketize it based on 5% buckets or something like that, or I don't know how you'd want to do that. But I kind of feel that having a sliding scale, as Vice Mayor Cox pointed out, is not actually that difficult to do if the groups are already keeping track of the residents and non-residents, that are there. So again, I don't know why we wouldn't consider that. Maybe not on a percentage basis, but maybe on a, like a bucket, a 5% bucket basis. The other thing, when I look at the fees and the comparison with the other cities, well, I kind of agree with Mr. Kudva that the fees for non-residents and commercial are really high compared to the other cities. I mean, one of the things, I'd like to kind of get a justification for that. And again, I think that what was pointed out was basically non-resident nonprofits would be charged just as much as commercial entities, and that just does not feel right. And if the prices eliminate Santa Clara from contention in events, I think that's actually a negative thing. I also didn't hear about limits to how far in advance organizations can book. I don't know if perhaps you can book a field a season in advance, paid in advance, so that, if you pay in advance, you can book a field for an entire season. Maybe with a discount for prepaid, I don't know. I'd like to see seating and rest schedules, put on calendars prior to reservations for a season being available, so that, we don't get to a point where we have to do actions and it's already been booked. I don't hear anything about when a booking becomes non-cancelable. I mean, if you've booked it and then you cancel at the last minute, or you cancel, that does two things. A, it eliminates other people from booking a field, and when it's canceled, we just lost the potential revenue for that. I feel like there's a lot of details that could be worked out. And again, I commend Director Sparacino. This is a big task. This was a big issue before he came on board, and I really like the thinking that was put in here. But after hearing what the residents, what people have said, the public has said, I feel I still have a lot of concerns for how this is implemented. But maybe you can make me feel better about those concerns.
I think that we've already asked all the questions in that. I think this is going to be an ongoing discussion about user fees over the years, and maybe the city manager can take note of all those questions and concerns. I think we need to pass something tonight and not go back and do all these types of studies again. I think the staff has done a pretty good job bringing it all forward, and we need to move forward on this. So that's how I look at this. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I'll speak to the motion. I will support this because, first off, I know the school district charges much more. And I like that we're prioritizing our residents. And if there's no other time left over for other groups, I guess I'll pass out Kleenexes because we're here for our residents. And that's important. And I also feel like there was so much collaboration, and I truly appreciate staff's time and effort. My sister has her PhD in government ethics, and she has a favorite saying: if you have a decision or you have a recommendation that everybody's just a little bit ticked off, you probably made a good decision, because there's definitely been compromise here. And when I heard the phrase, "we can live with it," we're not thrilled, but we can live with it, I think we're in an appropriate place. So thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to echo that. I'm not thrilled with this at all. I don't want to charge them any fees, especially the nonprofit youth groups. That's what Santa Clara has always done in the past. We've supported our youth groups, and I don't like to see any fees charged. So I understand the fees are lower. Hopefully they work for the youth groups, but I'm hoping the youth groups come back if they don't work so that we can make amendments, because, we're nickel and diming right now when we don't nickel and dime in a lot of other areas. So I'll support the motion because it's a step. It's okay for me. This is just okay. But I do appreciate all the work that has gone into this and the ability of the groups to work with the city, knowing it's still going to be painful, especially for a lot of the kids out there that their parents are not going to be able to afford these types of things. I more than anything want to see those fields packed with kids, our Santa Clara kids, playing, exercising, and being involved in their community sports. So I'll go ahead and support this as well. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for all the work that's put in. I do agree. I think that the benefit will come when we see the fields all being used by the respective organizations and the different programs, and hopefully, we don't see any openings because we've got so many programs for people to use. At the same time, I think that we've got the votes on council, but I have to think about whether or not I should, or somebody should, at least acknowledge the other issues that we could possibly have here. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 6-1. Thank you very much to everyone. Appreciate it. All right, we are going to keep moving on. Our next item is a public hearing, action on the adoption of the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 municipal fee schedule, and this is a public hearing. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public. The item that is coming before you is the first in a series of budget meetings and actions related to our upcoming 25-26 fiscal year budget. The item focuses on the city's cost of services fees. These are fees that are charged to recover the cost for time and materials spent on a specific service requested by a specific user. This item does not include utility rates, as those are presented and adopted by the City Council separately. This item also does not include taxes, as those are adopted and approved by voters. Tess Wong, a senior management analyst in the city's Finance and Budget Division, will be making tonight's presentation. She has been with the city for 7 years, and she has over 12 years of experience in municipal finance. This is her first presentation before you as a body. Also, we have the city's fee consultant, Terry Matson from ClearSource Financial, and representatives from all city departments are here available to answer your questions. Also, lastly, important to note, this is our mid-cycle review of our fees. Council members that have been on the council for a while will know that we do a deep dive every 2 years. This is a year where the vast majority of fees are increasing by CPI. Some fees are proposed for elimination, a few additions, and only 2% of the fees actually have an increase greater than CPI, and we'll talk about those. So with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Tess.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager, for the introduction, and good evening, honorable, well, the mayor's not here, but City Council.
Stepped out and asked me to step in, so go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tess Hong, and I'll be presenting tonight on the public hearing for the action on the adoption of the fiscal year 2025-2026 municipal fee schedule. So we have an agenda here for what we'll be covering tonight. We'll start off with an overview to provide a little bit of background and context to the fee schedule. We also have a high-level summary of the different types of changes being proposed as part of this fee schedule update. We have some details about the fees that are proposed to be increased higher than the cost of living adjustment, and that'll be followed by a list of the new fees proposed, as well as the fees proposed to be eliminated by each department. And this will be concluded with the recommendation for City Council consideration. So the municipal fee schedule is put into place to recoup the cost of the cost that it takes to deliver specific services. And City Council does have a budget principle adopted regarding the cost recovery for fees. And just summarizing here, but this principle provides guidance to staff to set fees on full cost recovery for the services that benefit individuals or businesses as opposed to the community as a whole. And this allows for limited city resources to continue to be used to provide other services that actually do benefit the city or the community as a whole. The fee study is updated every year, and we work with our consultant, ClearSource Financial Consulting, to do these updates. Now, there are two different types of updates, one of which is a comprehensive fee study. This is done every other year, and as the city manager had mentioned, this is when our consultant works with city staff and does a deep dive into every single fee in the schedule. And they reevaluate the calculation and the methodology behind each of the fees to ensure that the cost of service is still being, the costs are still being recouped at an appropriate level. In between the fee studies, in the years between the fee studies, we do a general inflationary factor. So for fiscal year 25-26, that's before the council tonight, this reflects that general inflationary factor. And then this year, we're recommending a 3.5% increase for the vast majority of the fees in this schedule. And there are a limited number of new fees, a couple of restructured fees, and fees proposed to be deleted as well. Here we have a summary, a very high-level summary of the different types of changes being proposed as part of this fee schedule. As you can see here, there are 1,240 fees that are listed in the schedule itself. So of that 1,240, 92% of the fees have the minor adjustment, are proposing to decrease or remain unchanged. 70% reflect that 3.5% cost of living adjustment, while the remaining 16% are actually recommended to be unchanged from the current schedule. Then there are 6% of fees proposed to decrease. And this is a reflection of two different things, one of which is the updated valuations for the parkland in lieu fees that the City Council approved earlier this evening. The other fees that are decreasing are actually based off of the construction cost index or the building cost index, which actually went down over the year. Of that, another 4% of the fees, or 57 fees, are proposed to be eliminated, and later on in this presentation we'll go through those. And 2% of the fees proposed are actually higher than the 3.5 cost of living adjustment. And we have a couple of slides that have more details on these items. 1% of fees, or 16 fees, are proposed to be added to the schedule here tonight, and the remaining 1% of fees are proposed to be restructured. So the restructured fees exist under the Planning Division section and the Fire Construction Permit section. Now, these fees are existing fees in the schedule that the departments are requesting to have broken out to reflect different scopes of work. In the Planning Division, the change to approved projects is currently 1 fee, and the division is proposing to break this fee out between single-family items and all other types of projects. Under the fire construction side, these are the building plans that the fire department has. Again, 1 fee proposed to be broken out between the standard fire plan review versus CUPA plan review, which is more related to hazmat. Something I do want to note that's not included on the slide, but will be as part of the recommendation language and is included as part of the report to council, is we are also seeking council approval to authorize fire department staff to consolidate some of the operational permit fees. Now, some background on this. There are certain types of businesses, for example, auto repair shops, that need to apply for multiple operational permits to the fire department. So if the fire department can go out to the site one time to evaluate several different operational permits, that does alleviate some of the service time being used, right, for these services. So we'd like council approval to give them the authorization to consolidate those fees, just to recognize some of the cost savings in that service. So as I mentioned, there are 2% of fees, or 26 fees, proposed to increase higher above and beyond that 3.5% inflation factor, all of which reside under the fire department. The first 2 are under fire construction permit section. So for community development department referrals and access controlled egress permit fees, these are being increased above that 3.5% to reflect an increase in the service time it takes to offer these 2 services. And the next fees there are 24 of them, all within the Fire CUPA, or Certified United Program Agency fee section. All of these fees actually represent the final year of the phase-in approach that was introduced and approved by the City Council as part of the fiscal year 2022-2023 municipal fee schedule. So these are the categories that are broken out under the CUPA fee section. And as you'll note on the slide, there are different tiers for each of these fees, and these represent multiple fees being captured under a specific category depending on the capacity or the number of items. For example, for hazardous waste generator fees, these have 5 tiers, which are based strictly off of the amount of waste being produced. The above petroleum storage tank programs have 4 tiers based on the capacity of each of the tanks. So now we'll get into the fees proposed to be added to the fee schedule here tonight. On this slide here, you'll see these are all under the Community Development Department. The first fee here is under the the Building Division, and this is for expedited plan review. I will note on the next slide under the Fire Department, they are also following suit and also recommending to add an expedited plan review under the fire section. So this is really to provide an option for those willing and able to pay a higher fee to get their plan review reviewed under a shorter amount of time. But I do want to note something for this item. Both the planning staff and the fire staff have worked together, and should the expedited plan review be approved by the council here tonight, they do have internal controls that could be put in place in order to prevent any bottlenecking, and for the customers that may not be able to afford, right, a higher fee for this expedited level of review, they have controls in place so those people are not impacted at all. The next item is under the Housing Division. It's a late payment penalty for multifamily monitoring. This is a penalty item just to incentivize developers or property owners to pay their fees on time. And the next 4 items under planning are mailed notices and Mills Act plaques. These are services that are currently offered by the Planning Division, but these have been absorbed by the city historically. So these are just being added to the fee schedule to recoup those costs. And the next 3, short-term rental permit for new and then short-term rental permit for renewals, as well as the transportation demand management fee. These are all new fees being added to correspond to new fees or new programs being implemented by the Planning Division. And these fees are put into place to recoup some of the costs for the consultant contracts that the Planning Division has in place to help implement these programs. As I had mentioned on the previous slide, the fire department also has the building plans for expedited review proposed to be added. And similarly and consistently with the restructured fees being proposed, they are delineating these two between standard fire and Coupa building plans. The next under the fire department is the energy storage system decommissioning fee. This covers the cost of fire staff time to review plans, go out and check the sites, to ensure that everything has been uninstalled and disposed of properly. And the next 2 under the fire department are for the hourly rates for miscellaneous services, and this captures regular time as well as overtime. And these 2 are for any fire staff that, any costs for fire staff that go above and beyond what has not been captured in existing fees. In the library department, they are proposing to add a cleaning fee. As it is now, the public can reserve rooms in the library for their own use, and this cleaning fee would only be imposed on individuals or groups that leave the room in complete disarray, that takes more custodial work if there are major spills, a lot of trash to clean up, and this is really to ensure that these rooms are for the community and they can be are kept in good condition for continued public use. And the final fee is under the police department. This is for the tow driver's permit renewal. There's currently 1 fee for new applications, and this is to add a fee for renewals as consistent with the tow operator agreement that the Santa Clara Police Department has in place. And so that wraps it up for the 16 new fees proposed to be added, and I'll get into the fees proposed to be eliminated. A lot of these items, or most of these items, are just cleaning up the fee schedule. Under the planning division and under the cemetery division, these fees, like the tree removal, the non-historical referrals, the casket burials, these are all duplicative. So these services are already captured in other fees that are existing within the schedule. And for the processing time extension, public safety emergency, and the Fitbit zips, these are all programs that either are no longer in place or no longer applicable. For example, the Fitbit zip has been discontinued for a few years. And continuing with that, as I had mentioned, the cemetery fee, that's a duplicative fee, and where the city staff has recommended to waive the city fee for the repurchase of interment rights. The cemetery division has noted that this is just a standard service offering that is not charged. Under the Parks and Recreation Department, they are proposing to delete the racquet court reservation fee. In the current fee schedule, this is broken out between resident and non-resident, but it goes a level further for prime time versus non-prime time. So the department would like to eliminate the non-prime time and consolidate these fees, so they're just going to be the racquet court reservation fee for a resident versus a non-resident. Now, earlier in the slides, there were noted to be 57 eliminated fees. Of that 57, 43 of them actually are under the Police Department Silicon Valley Animal Control Authority section. So I'll go through a couple. These are all the next slides. And these fees have been in the fee schedule for quite a few years. However, upon further meetings with the city departments, the city attorney's office, staff is recommending to eliminate all these fees because these fees actually are not set, imposed, or collected by city staff. These are all done through the county. So just another cleanup item to get the fee schedule in a better shape. And with that ends our presentation, so I'll have the recommendation. So first staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution for the City of Santa Clara 2025-2026 municipal fee schedule, which A, sets new fees, rates, and charges, collectively fees, B, amends existing fees, and C, deletes certain fees for various city departments effective on July 1, 2025. All in the form and at the rates presented and attached hereto, modified as necessary to accommodate council action on field and turf use fees through Agenda Report 25-377, which was just approved by council. The second recommendation is to authorize the consolidation of fire operational permit fees for facilities with multiple operational permits as allowable under the California Fire Code. And should these be approved, the revised fees would go into effect July 1, 2025. With that, I'll open it up for City Council questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Questions from the council. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It seems like we're adding a short-term rental permit fee. I think it was something like $365. But our long-term, like if you have an apartment to rent, it's only $15. So I was trying to understand what the difference was in terms of cost recovery. And is this short-term, does that mean like Airbnb and VRBO? Is that the point of that? And will this be in effect, presumably before Super Bowl 60 and FIFA? My second question is, the TDM fee is new. And I think that is to recover our staff time needed to review these. But the multifamily developers are supposed to, and commercial buildings, are supposed to submit their TDM reports annually. So is this an annual fee or a one-time fee? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, when we charge additional 50% expedited fees, so how we define expedited? Like, are we defining each and every plan review that will take 10 days and expedited will take 5 days? So I'm trying to have a clarification on that, like how we define expediting process, basically. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I'm glad it was mentioned externalities, those things that need to be done that benefit everyone. And that's when I go through and I see a lot of the fees, they're for inspections. And helping people to understand I've had some residents yell at me and say, you're just doing that because the city is greedy. And I've had to explain that is because you are getting the benefit of someone coming out and making certain that a job has been done correctly and it's safe. And that helped a little bit. The mailed notices, I wanted to understand if that was just if someone has a small project in their home, are they paying for those mailed notices? I know for large developments, definitely. The Airbnb, I'm glad Seth's brought that up because I had the same question. The tree removal, I wasn't clear if that was someone's private tree or if that was talking about for the tree removal going from 295 to 305. If that was for a personal or for a city tree, that wasn't clear. And I did see fire facility rental, which I wondered if we did that. And then it said, I was trying to go back and look, I should have marked it, but fire training fees, and I wondered, are we charging ourselves for that? I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you. The only question I have is that some have asked what I wanted to ask already, but so we're raising fees and charging new fees, deleting some old fees. So the new fees and the annual increase in fees, is that going to equate with better service for our residents? Because probably, I don't know, 80% of the complaints I get from residents with projects big and small are the amount of time it takes to get through our city. Again, big or small projects. So when we now add new fees and raise these fees, are we improving our service? That's a question. I don't know if you can answer that, but that's the question. Thanks. And that's it. That's it for the question.
Sure. Why don't I help to facilitate the Q&A? I think first, let's take Councilmember Jane's questions with regard to the short-term rental fees. And so we have various individuals, and I'm looking at my team. So it looks like we're going to have our consultant from ClearSource. Madam Mayor, there's a couple departments that need to respond. Can we take a 5-minute break just to get organized on the responses? Sure. Thank you.
It's 8:30, 8:35, 8:37, 8:38. What do you need? I mean, 9. Well, why does my screen say 8:30? Wow.
Mine says 9:30.
Mine says 8:30. Do you see that?
You lost an hour.
9:40. Oh, here I was thinking it was early. If everyone could take their seats, please. Okay, City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for giving us a little time for staff to confer. And since the night is no longer young, I'm going to
I
try
thought it was 8:41. It's really 9:41.
Yeah,
I was really excited.
So I will respond to most, if not all, the questions, and if we need additional resources, we do have staff here. We had a question from Councilmember Jane about short-term rentals. When will they be effective? They will be effective, assuming council approves tonight, on July 1. So yes, they would be effective for anything that occurs in 2026. There was also a question of how does that fee comport to a $15 per unit fee for regular apartments. That $15 per unit is actually not a fee, it's a tax, business license tax, and so not a fee, totally different structure, and of course the tax was approved by voters. The TDM question, are the fees for TDM plans annual? That is correct, they are annual. There was a question by Councilmember Jahal with regard to expedited fees. In fact, what is an expedited fee? Great question. Depending, actually irrespective of the work unit in our development review function, an expedited fee means that processing will occur typically outside of normal business hours, and it's a way to, for someone willing to pay the expedited fee, staff will do it on overtime, so outside of normal business hours, or we will hire a contractor. And so it's not a promise if a normal service is 10 days that they would get it in 5. It says that you can go outside of normal business hours if you want to pay the additional cost to do that. There was a question around the tree removal fees. I believe that was from Councilmember Hardy. Is it public or private? There are fees that apply to removal on public property. We believe the fee in question that you were referring to is on private property. There are fees to remove certain heritage trees, and then there are other requirements for replanting and such for a heritage tree. And then there are also other fees for removing trees within the public right-of-way. There were also questions around fees related to our fire facility rental and our fire training facility. Those are not paid by us. They're paid when other agencies utilize our facilities or we do a co-academy. And then lastly, there was a series of questions from the mayor around are we specifically in the development review function, where I think the mayor articulated she receives a number of questions and concerns. Are the either increase in fees or additional fees providing enhanced services? The best answer we can give with regard to that is keeping pace with the cost of service delivery ensures that we don't have a degradation in service. But certainly we know and recognize that there are improvements needed in our development review service. There's the city's audit office is completing a audit that certainly will highlight, I think, some of the concerns that we have. And our new director, Afsha Hamid, has taken stock of some of our challenges, and in your budget that will come before you, there are a number of recommendations to address those, as well as there's a whole host of improvement initiatives that some have already started, others that are coming up, and we will present those at the audit committee and also be prepared to have those discussions during your budget process. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any members of the public? Did I do this already? No, I don't think so. Any members of the public would like to speak? Any public members would like to speak on this issue? I saw movement back there. Seeing none in the council chambers, any online? I thought I saw a hand. Hold on. Oh, that's for afterwards. No, so this is a public hearing. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. I think that was Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, as a second.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, that passes unanimously. We have a hand from Councilmember, I don't know if it's Jane or Chahal, one or the other.
Yeah, I wanted a clarification on the short-term rental. I think we call it a permit. Is that going to be annual? And if it is annual, then how is that really different than a annual business license tax? Same with the TDM fee. That's going to be annual, I guess. I wanted clarification on that.
So through the mayor, we'll invite
Go ahead, please.
Finance Director Kinley to articulate the difference.
I just turned it.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Just to provide a little bit of clarification, the $15 long-term apartment fee, that's a business tax. As the city manager mentioned, that's approved by the voters. The short-term rental fee, there's two components. One is a registration fee. That's the larger amount. I think it's $385. There's an annual renewal fee. So once the short-term rental is set up within the up-and-coming program and system that community development is going to launch, a short-term rental would be required to submit an annual fee for that compliance. And so there are two fees in the fee schedule. One is to set it up as the initial registration, and then there's one as an annual fee. And then the TDM is also an annual fee based on actual costs provided by consultant work through our community development department.
So I wanted to understand, because it seemed to me that both the fees for short-term rental were the same number, as I recall. I don't have the presentation in front of me. And so is that cost recovery for managing that?
Yeah, thank you for the correction. Yeah, it is the same cost. Thank you, Terry. It does recover the cost both for the consultant and services for the website and registration site, which does include a compliance aspect, as well as 1 hour of community development time to process and enforce the short-term rental program. So it is the same fee for the initial registration and a renewal fee.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do I have a motion for the adoption of the fee schedule and consolidation of the fire operational permit fees?
I'll make a motion for the staff recommendation for the resolution of the municipal fee schedule and the consolidation of the fire operational permit fees.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation and the comment about the fees. My question is, even though we know what the new and renewal fees will be, will there be a limit on the number of fees that we give out, for example, or the number of permits that we allow for short-term rentals? I know a lot of other cities are using a number of permits to control short-term rentals and even where they go. It doesn't sound like we're going to do that, but just saying that other cities, I've had a number of complaints from people talking about short-term rentals in their neighborhood. And is there anything are there any restrictions, or is there anything that we can look at on behavior that would prevent somebody from doing a renewal? Meaning that if you've applied for and gotten a permit, is getting a renewal of that permit an automatic thing, or is there any kind of review that says we've had problems or we haven't had problems with a site or a short-term rental provider? Take it.
So currently, we do not have any limits on how many short-term rentals there would be in the ordinance. That's currently not adopted in the ordinance. So this is a new program for us, and we could keep monitoring it. And if there are issues that arise, we can always come back to council with any modifications. So currently, the way it's written, it's just for short-term rentals. And then I do want to go back. There was an earlier question that asked, when would this be effective? Yes, it would be effective prior to Super Bowl and FIFA as well.
How would anybody know they need a permit for a short-term rental if this is a new fee?
This is basically a very common fee, and it's a very common program that more and more cities are implementing. So we also have a consultant that will monitor. So if somebody is out of compliance or if there's a complaint, we can work with that individual or property owner to get the fees enacted.
Sure.
So my question is there going to be any outreach to let people know they have to get a permit for short-term rental? Because I'm sure 100% of the people in the city don't know that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, we are going to be doing an outreach campaign, and we'll use various community organizations and business organizations and realtors in order to do that community outreach.
Yeah, and let me expand upon that. For short-term rentals, there's often what's called a VCA, voluntary collection agreement. The city does have VCAs, voluntary collection agreements, with Airbnb and VRBO, and maybe some other online platforms. And so the great thing about those platforms is they configure their system when you sign a voluntary collection agreement to automatically collect and remit that fee. And so the outreach that the city will do, it's really for anyone that has a short-term rental that is either doing it sort of the old school way, if you will, or are doing it on one of the few platforms that we don't have a voluntary collection agreement with. But the city's goal is to have a VCA with all of the major platforms so that we can recoup the vast majority of the money. In addition, as the director mentioned, we have a contract with another company that scours the internet and sites that we don't have a voluntary collection agreement that will, it's some really cool smart software that will say, hey city, we see this property being up for advertisement in your city. They're not in the database that you gave us. You need to send them a letter and tell them that they need a short-term rental. And so there's multiple ways to get the information, but the vast majority of the revenue comes from the VCA.
I just hope that we're not punitive for our community if they're doing the old-fashioned way, a short-term rental, and they don't know anything about this. So I understand with Airbnb and those types of platforms, but for others, I just hope we don't, that company you talked about doesn't scour and find some person that, isn't using that and say, hey, I saw an advertisement for this property, and then we send them a bill or with a penalty or anything like that. There has to be an education process. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Right. No, and ma'am, absolutely. And cities oftentimes do waivers for the first time someone is notified, and there's a ramp-in period. And so we'll go back with staff and have those conversations and ensure that we are implementing industry standard practices.
Thank you. Councilmember Park and Jane, and then we're voting.
Yeah, so I agree. I was going to bring up actually the fact that we can work with platforms directly to collect fees. That's covered. I did not hear anything about renewal criteria. If people can provide feedback for rentals, if there's a short-term rental in their neighborhood that is particularly problematic, I don't know if there's any criteria or any method to say, well, we would like to not, allow somebody to renew. I don't know if the renewals are just automatic. Once you've, achieved something, maybe if you work with the platform rating would get them deplatformed. But for people who are not using the platform, I don't know what mechanism there is to manage that. And again, we talked about, potential fines for rentals without a permit, but we give it warnings first. I know that when we talk about students in schools, in school housing or off school housing, we educate them. We go door to door and we educate people on this. And if we're going to scour listings, we're going to post on our site. This is the process that you have to use, and then give people warnings. Keep track of the people that have been warned, and then not site by site, but maybe landowner by landowner, landlord by landlord. And again, I just didn't hear anything on how we control short-term renewals, because again, this is one of the bigger problems that I'm hearing about.
Sure. Through the mayor, may I take that?
Yeah, go ahead, and then well, let me go to Councilmember Jane first to get his questions, and you can answer them all at the same time. Councilmember Jane or Chahal, I don't know which one.
Yeah, I believe that a couple of years ago, we instituted a policy, I think of a maximum of, 60 days of short-term rentals per year, unless it is like it's an ADU where the main house is occupied by the owner. But we did implement that limit to try to tamp down on communities being overrun by short-term rentals. Is that correct?
Okay, those are your questions, City Manager.
Sure. Let me respond at a high level to both. I think the best thing for us to do is, at the appropriate time, get the City Council just a brief off-agenda memo update on how the STR program is running. It is a new program. And so I think that'll answer most of the questions. Certainly, there's a day limit. I don't want to cite it as 60 days right now, just because I don't know it offhand, and I don't want to cite a date. Also worth noting, a STR is not a by right thing. We can certainly remove it, and so it is discretionary if we receive complaints. I will also say that there are really two ways that cities set up short-term rental programs. It's either for a revenue-based or a regulatory reason, and so cities often say we want to ensure that short-term rentals are paying the appropriate TOT or transient occupancy tax, and so we want to do that for revenue, or we want to institute short-term rental rules for a regulatory purpose because we're having problems, there are parties, there are negative impacts. This city really implemented more for revenue and then a wait and see approach to see how it goes. And so that is our model. It's almost purposely a lighter regulation model to make sure that we're obtaining revenue. But certainly if there are issues with short-term rentals, we have the ability to claw back. And as we, I think, have more experience and more years, we can increase that regulatory component. I am familiar with some cities that have put so many regulations on short-term rentals that they're not recovering any revenue. But that is their policy direction and their purpose for doing so, because they had unique issues with short-term rentals. So that's where we are. And again, we'll follow up with a update memo with council, and I'll just check in with staff on the appropriate time to send that to you once we have enough data.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready. We have a motion and a second for the staff recommendation.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you. Next, another public hearing, action on a general plan text amendment for the 2023 to 2031 housing element sites inventory list to remove the development site located at 4701 Patrick Henry Drive, commonly referred to as the Great America Technology Park, and to add the development site located at 3005 Democracy Way, commonly known as the Mission Point site. And this public hearing is open. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and public. We are holding this public hearing to consider amending your 2023 through 2031 housing element by removing a development site on Patrick Henry Drive and adding a site on Democracy Way. As you know, the housing element is part of the city's general plan and is required by state law to outline how the city of Santa Clara will meet its housing needs and maintain eligibility for state certification, grant funding, and local land use control. The amendment is proposed to fulfill an approved settlement agreement with the Housing Action Coalition to address specific challenges, as well as ensure the city's site inventory continues to meet our regional housing needs allocation requirements. An action by the council is required in order for staff to make the final amendments. I will now turn the floor over to Community Development Director Afsha Hamid to provide a brief presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you, City Manager. That was a great summary. The item tonight is a legislative action, and it requires the city council approval in order to affect any change tonight.
Ooh, it's very close.
It's loading. Thank you. Okay. So the housing element is one of the required elements of the city's general plan, and it includes policies and programs to help the city meet the housing needs of all current and future Santa Clara residents. The state law does require housing elements to be updated every 8 years, and housing elements are reviewed by the State Department or HCD. And HCD certifies the housing elements that they find to be in substantial compliance with the state housing laws. This is important as it allows the city to retain local control. The city's 6-cycle housing element covers an 8-year planning period that ends on January 31st, 2031. And it was adopted by City Council, and then it was reviewed by HCD in May of 2024. One important law that was enacted in this cycle was AFFH, or Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. And this requires that living patterns are distributed throughout all opportunity areas with various income levels throughout the entire city. Although jurisdictions are not responsible for building housing, cities and counties must identify enough potentially developable land that has been analyzed as being suitable for residential development within that 8-year period. One of the required components of a housing element is a site's inventory, which must be maintained throughout the cycle and demonstrate that the sites remaining in the inventory have sufficient capacity to meet the city's RHNA in all affordability categories. So RHNA, which is called the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, and for this cycle, our housing needs allocation was 11,632 units. So this is a table, and it actually shows how those 11,632 units comply with AFFH. Under lower income with very low, moderate, and above moderate income levels. And then below the table for reference is the current area median income for a 4-person household in Santa Clara County, and how that translates to an acutely low, extremely low, very low, low, and moderate income levels. So for 2024, for a family of 4 or for a 4-person household, the area median income in Santa Clara County was $184,300. And this is set for the entire county, so it's not focused on the city itself. So throughout the course of the housing element update process, the site's inventory went through many revisions, and it was based on input through a public process, and it involved community organizations, including the Housing Action Coalition, property owners, developers, housing advocacy groups, and also HCD. In response to the feedback that was received during this process, the city conducted additional analysis and consulted closely with HCD to refine that site's inventory. So this table is a summary of the sites that were identified to meet the RHNA in the adopted housing element. And again, it is broken into the 4 categories of low, moderate, above moderate, and then the total capacity. So if you look at the rows, This includes the pending and approved projects, ADUs, the specific plan sites, as well as El Camino Real for that total. And then the bottom, the last row of this table shows how the city's inventory conforms with HCD's recommendation that all cities also include an additional buffer, which is 15 to 30% buffer units beyond what is necessary to meet the minimum RENA numbers. So these are the minimum RENA numbers that we were allocated in this row. And then the buffer is between the 15 to 30% is here. So our total is actually 18,999 for this 6-cycle housing element. So staff is requesting an amendment to the site's inventory, and we are requesting to remove one of the sites from the list and adds a recently approved project to the list. And this would implement the terms of the pending settlement agreement with the Housing Action Coalition and would mitigate the risk of potential challenges to the city's housing element. And that action requires the removal of 4701 Patrick Henry Drive, and it would include the addition of 3005 Democracy Way, or the Mission Point project, which was recently approved. So this would not impact the city's ability to meet its required RENA, and it would also have a sufficient recommended buffer at all the income levels. So with the removal and addition, and I'm going to focus on this bottom row here, the recommended buffer in the lower income category would decrease from 33% to 18%. In the moderate income category, it would decrease from 31% to 23%. In the above moderate income category, it would actually increase from 103% to 116%. But the overall capacity would not really have that much of an impact, where it was 63.3% before in the adopted or certified housing element. It would now just drop down to 62%. Where we would see the biggest impact would be in the lower income areas, where it would drop from 33 to 18%. Staff did consult with HCD on this modification, and so we've been in communication with HCD on this as well.
All right. Oh. More.
So, staff, one additional item to note is that the Planning Commission on April 16th voted 7-0, recommending that the City Council amend the general plan housing element with the revisions associated with the changes to housing sites inventory. And the recommendation is to adopt a resolution to amend the general plan housing element with revisions associated with changes to the housing sites inventory. And myself and staff are available online to answer any questions that you may have, and the city attorney as well. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, if I just might add one last thing, I'm informed that the settlement agreement with the Housing Action Coalition is pending but not yet finalized, so I would ask that this action be contingent upon finalization of the settlement agreement.
Okay,
So we would
we'll put
add
that in the motion.
Yeah, we would add that.
All right,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Questions? Councilmember Jane or Chahal?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It seems like, the hack sued the city because it didn't seem like the Patrick Henry project was going to go forward. And my question is there potential for other people suing us for other projects on our inventory? Because I'm really concerned that the VLI, we fought really hard to get VLI included in the Patrick Henry plan, the whole Patrick Henry area plan. And the numbers for VLI have no buffer, but I know we lump VLI and low income together, and the buffer went down from 33% to 18%, and we're supposed to be above 15%. So it just seems like if there's another challenge to another one of our projects, we would then dip below 15%. So I'm not terribly comfortable with that low a buffer for especially the VLI. So if maybe you can explain how the buffer works and potential challenges to our other projects.
City Attorney, is this something we should be talking about at this point? I'm thinking not.
Madam Mayor, we can certainly talk about that in general terms regarding how the buffer works, and I think staff can speak to that, and I can speak at least generally on the, the exposure to litigation. Yeah, but only in general terms.
Only in general terms. All right, any other questions from the council? Councilmember Park.
Yes, that's actually my only comment as well. My concern is that we've increased the above moderate housing at the expense of very low and moderate housing. And even if we can't talk about that, like I do want staff to be cognizant of this so that when we look at future projects, we know where we're deficient. Again, I looked at the numbers here and we've reduced by almost 900 and we put that into the above moderate. And the effect of doing so, I mean, even if we increased the number of VLI, unless we did it at greater than 50% of the units, the net effect is AMI will increase. This is it's going to increase. But by moving things to above 120% AMI, it's going to increase faster. Right. So again, big concern. Thank you.
Generally speaking, talking about that question.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we have been doing is throughout this process, prior to coming before you with this amendment, is that we have been in close contact with HCD and we've been discussing these very concerns. And the feedback we've gotten from HCD is, in general, that they would support the reduction in the percentage. Our overall percentage would not be impacted, but yes, staff has also taken a look at that, but it does meet that minimum standard of 15%.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I can add on to that, in Councilmember Park's remarks, he mentioned the word deficient. I just want to point out that what we're talking about is the buffer, and staff can correct me, but I think HCD only requires a 15% buffer.
Correct.
And our buffers are at 30%, 31%, 102%, and 63 overall. And so we're above, and in the modifications we're 18, 23, 116 and 62. Certainly we know and recognize the need for affordable housing and certainly the greater need at the low income levels. But I just want to make very clear, we are not deficient on our RENA allocations, and we have well over the required buffer by HCD.
Thank you.
Even with clarification, I believe it was Councilmember Jane that was talking about the buffer. I did talk about deficiencies, but I was talking about affordable housing in general. And again, when I look at how affordable is determined and how these numbers change the AMI, that's my general concern. The buffer, I don't really care about the buffer. I think the buffer is too low. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't see any other questions. I'm going to go, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to the public. I see that we have one public member, Jamie, if you'd like to come forward, please. Thank you for your patience, waiting all night. Welcome.
So good evening, Mayor Gilmore and City Council members. Again, my name is Jaime Vasquez, and I'm a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union, Local 405, that covers here in Santa Clara. So I'm here tonight to speak on the proposed update, the housing element inventory you guys are talking about, that you guys are removing Great America Technology and adding 3005 Democracy Way. So as we plan for future housing, it's essential that these developments reflect the values and the need of our community. Mission Point has the potential to be more than just a housing site. It can be a catalyst for economic opportunity and long-term community investment. If we want these projects to uplift the community, they must be built by responsible general contractors. Contractors who pay area standard wages, hire from state certified apprenticeship programs, and invest in skilled workforce. We've seen what happens when low road contractors cut corners, workers are exploited, wages are suppressed, and the very community we're trying to help is harmed. That's not the kind of development Santa Clara needs. I urge you to ensure that these housing projects are built the right way with responsible general contractors who respect workers, uphold labor standards, and create pathways for good careers. That's how we build stronger, more sustainable community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak on this issue? Seeing none here in the chambers. Anyone online? I don't see anyone online. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Could I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. A motion second to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Do I have a motion for the recommendation, staff recommendation approving the resolution amending the general plan?
I guess I'll make a motion for this. I did make a note in this that this was a fairly easy switch and very simple.
Is there a second?
Second. Gonzalez.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second
Madam Mayor, if I might add the note that.
with the amendment
contingency.
that it's
Thank you.
subject to,
Yes,
Yep, contingent on final execution of settlement agreement.
yeah.
Yep.
Contingent, and that needs to be in the motion, contingent on the final settlement.
final execution.
Final execution
settlement
of the settlement agreement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for reminding me. I made a note and forgot to.
Please register your vote, those here.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much for that report. Thank you. All right, our last item on the agenda, and I believe this is also a public hearing, correct, City Attorney?
Yes, it is, Madam
Public
Mayor. It should be
hearing.
conducted as one.
Thank you. Adoption of a general plan amendment to incorporate the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation program into the safety element of the city's general plan. So declare the hearing open. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Council. This next and final item on your agenda is in regard to the City of Santa Clara is proposing a general plan amendment to incorporate the Santa Clara County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan, that's a mouthful, MJHMP, also referred to, into the city's safety element of our general plan. The city adopted the plan and its local annex on August 27th of 2024, allowing for eligibility for federal FEMA disaster funding. And this follow-up amendment would align the general plan to also ensure that the city receives access to state disaster assistance funding under California Disaster Assistance Act, AB 2140. With that, our Director of Community Development will provide this presentation as well.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So tonight's request is a limited request, and you previously heard the very detailed multi-jurisdiction hazard mitigation plan back in August of 2024. And tonight we are looking to incorporate the document simply into the city's general plan. So just as background, Since 2022, the city has participated in the development of a regional multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. The city has also developed a local annex which describes the most relevant local hazards and mitigations in greater details. Together, combined, these two documents were adopted by the City Council back in August of 2024, and then the proposed action is a general plan amendment to incorporate those two documents approved back in 2024 into the city's general plan. So why do this? Because this MJHMP allows the city to access federal or FEMA funding in case of an emergency. And the incorporation of the plan into the general plan safety element makes the city also eligible for state funding under the California Disaster Assistance Act. And in addition to amending the general plan, the city is required to have permanent web links to the documents in the general plan. The recommendation tonight is to adopt a general plan amendment to incorporate the Santa Clara County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan and the City of Santa Clara Local Annex into the Emergency Preparedness Section 5.10.5 Safety Goal and Policies of the City of Santa Clara 2010-2035 General Plan. And I, along with staff, are available here for questions.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Any council questions on this? Councilmember Jane.
Yes, in reading through the report, this is under Assembly Bill 2140 fact sheet. It says that the local agency must include language specific to the LHMP within the safety element of the general plan and make the LHMP easily accessible in its entirety as a web link, appendices, or attachment. And I didn't see the local hazard mitigation plan attached to the document. And so I was just wondering, has that been approved by the city of Santa Clara? And then I'm also wondering is, this, I know that we're just talking about passing this MJHMP, but wondering how the public is going to be notified and educated about these plans. It's supposed to include mitigation actions and such. It says LHMP incorporates a process where the hazards are identified and profiled, the people and facilities at risk are analyzed, and mitigation actions are developed to reduce or eliminate hazard risk. I know a lot of people are losing their fire insurance in Santa Clara, and so I'm wondering whether there will be an active program to help people fire harden their homes and whether that would be incorporated into CERT programs and such. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. This is just more of a notation. It says when you go on the link for the city, I noticed that it was a 2023 update, but we had the date of February 2024, and I noticed that most things were in there were correct, but there was a lot of personnel change. And I just wondered if we're required or how often to update those kind of things. Thank you.
And those are your questions.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a, Councilmember Jane, we do have the link to the multi-jurisdictional hazard plan within the document. And also, I'm just getting some notices here from staff. We do have our, so let me try to answer these first. So there is a link to the document itself, and it's within the staff report as an attachment. Yes, this document was approved back in August of 2024, August 27, 2024. Regarding the education on the MJHMP, this was done when we were initiating the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. We are required to do community engagement. I can get more specifics if needed on how many, but that was required as part of the process. An extensive outreach and education process is required. And then there was a question on state insurance and fire hardening of homes. That is separate from what is this action tonight. The fire hardening and state insurance, that is a separate issue that is not covered by this, and those are actions that we would normally take under a different plan that we would work on. And then Councilmember Hardy, you commented on the links to the city and that some of the links may have not been correct or need to be updated. So thank you for pointing that out, and we'll make sure that we update those links. And then you also commented that there was some personnel or staff change. And just as of note, yes, there are personnel or staff changes, but you have an adopted document. So anytime there's new staff or there's staff turnover, the document still lives. And the adopted document is what new staff would go by. And I believe I've covered all the questions.
Yes, thank you. So this is a public hearing. Although we have David Flam, isn't he one of our?
He is with the city,
Why,
and
his
he's here to
hand's up.
answer any questions, any detailed questions that we may have.
All right, thank you. Do we have any member of the public that would like to speak on this one? You sure? Okay. Anyone online? No? All right, may I have a motion to close public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
May I have a second? I'll second. Everyone's slow. It's late back east. All right, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously.
Thank
Do I
you
have
so much.
Oh, thank you. Is there any other comments before the motion to
Yes.
approve
Mayor.
staff recommendation?
Mayor, I was asking about AB 2140, where we had a fact sheet and this LHMP, which I think we're required to have. And I know David Flam had his hand up, but I didn't get to hear from him.
He's available on Zoom.
Is he the one to answer this question? All right, David, go ahead.
Sure. Mayor, council members, I appreciate the opportunity to speak from afar. We do have our hazard mitigation plan posted on our new updated Office of Emergency Management website under the city manager's office. So it is posted there. A link under the general plan. I'll work with Afshan to make sure that link is provided going forward, but we do have the plan available on our office's website.
Great, thank you.
And just to add to that, John Davidson, who's the principal planner that worked on this, just told me that it's already updated on our website as well.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, waiting for a motion from council.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution approving the general plan amendment to incorporate the Santa Clara County multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan and the City of Santa Clara local annex into the subsection emergency preparedness, which is the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, Okay, we have a motion and a second for the staff recommendation. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. All right, next is reports of members, special committees, and council members, 030 requests. Do we have any? All right, you have something?
I'd like to
ahead.
just note for the council,
What's that?
their hands went up, but it was still on the last item until I clicked over, so. I apologize for that.
Councilmember Hardy, followed by Park.
Yes, on April 11th, I went on the Valley Water Tour. We toured a percolation pond, Anderson Dam, the San Jose neighborhood that was flooded, to see all the work that has been done to make certain that there is not a flood there ever again. And the purified water site and the marshland salt ponds. It was an all-day situation, but understanding that Valley Water is in charge of not just water service, but also all the flood control. So that was good to understand everything that's being done. Part of me would like to say, I think it's because they're raising their rates by 9.9%, and they want us all to feel good about that. And I yelled back just because they wanted it to be 12%, and I pushed back, and they said, well, now it's just 9.9, it's not double digits.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, just want to say that I attended the Icheon Ceramic Festival, 2025 Ceramic Festival in Icheon, Korea, our friendship city that we are working on creating a sister city relationship with. Icheon has a number of sister cities, France, Limoges in France, 2 sister cities in Japan, 2 sister cities in China, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and it was really great to talk to them about the exchanges, about what they've been doing. Some of those sister city relationships have been there for 30 years. And what they're doing from the art perspective, from the cultural perspective, is really great. I could see a lot of things that we can do. I'm here to tell people that I went, that we spent a lot of time talking to staff and to the mayor of the city of Icheon. But I would like to defer a fuller report until after we've had time to debrief with the sister cities, the Santa Clara Sister Cities organization. I just returned from Korea yesterday and have not had a chance to do that yet. But we had 3 people on this trip, member of the Korean American Youth for the Advancement of Culture, and somebody that represented student and business interests. And we will have a report in a future council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, Executive Director report.
No report, ma'am.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn in memory of former Councilmember Debbie Davis?
I would like to move that we adjourn in Debbie Davis's honor and name.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second that. Assistant City Clerk?
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal. Councilmember
Yes.
Shahal. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Get home safely. Go to sleep, Becky.